Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Technology, a podcast exploring the latest in computers, networking, home automation, mobile computing, and all things technology related. Our hosts will take a deeper dive into the latest and greatest in tech trends and give you the information you need to enable your tech-centric world.
This is Insights into Technology, Episode 7, Fake Fines and Real Risks. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and this is the tech news for this week. Our first article comes to us from BBC News, From Russia with Love, and a $20 undecillion fine. In an extraordinary move, a Russian court has fined Google an unfathomable 20 undecillion rubles, equivalent to a mind-boggling 20 followed by 33 zeros in dollars. The fine dwarfs Google's own worth of around $2 trillion and even surpasses the world's entire GDP, which sits at $110 trillion. The penalty, as reported by Russian media, is linked to Google's restriction on Russian state media on YouTube, a stance that intensified after Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022, which led to widespread Western sanctions and an exodus of companies from Russia. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov, who reportedly couldn't even pronounce the astronomical number, urged Google to address the matter. The fine illustrates a deepening clash between Moscow and the tech giant, following years of accusations from Russian authorities that Google promotes content banned in Russia and restricts access to state media outlets. While Google has largely pulled out of Russia, its services are not entirely banned, keeping it in an uneasy standoff with Russian authorities. So this is either someone who doesn't understand how finances work, or someone who was just really desperate to try to get into the headlines. The amount of money that they're calling for in this fine is literally more money than the entire world by orders of magnitude. It's financially impossible to pay this kind of penalty. Are you making a political statement here, or you just have some kind of fetish for being Dr. Evil from Austin Powers or something? I'm really confused by this. This also shows or demonstrates the evolving landscape of content moderation and sovereign internet policies. And it's another blow against the internet, really. What this does is it silos Russia off even more than they already were previously. And the internet itself, as everyone knows, is designed to be an open, collaborative medium for people to have information, have exchange, socialize, do commerce, various things. And anytime you have a sovereign nation like this, China is famous for its Great Firewall of China. Russia has been famous for its fabled internet switch, where it can take itself off the internet at any time if they feel there's a need to do so in the government. What you're doing here is you're basically breaking the internet with politics, and that's unfortunate. It also draws into, conversely, on the other side, operational ethical implications of big technology. Because the internet is global and these major corporations that operate on the internet and are really the essence of the internet itself, there's no centralized regulation, obviously, of the internet. So as a result, you have these regionalized disputes that you run into, in which, in this case here, the Russian authorities may have a legitimate complaint about some of the business practices of YouTube and Google that may pose censorship, which, ironically enough, Russia's trying to exert its power so it can have its own censorship. So this conflict comes into play regionally here, when it's almost like trying to regulate air, or the environment. The environment's another great example, where all entities, all countries, all people in the world rely on these things, the internet, and obviously are affected by the environment. But there's no international coalition. There's no international law that governs these global entities that affect countries. So as a result, you wind up getting laws passed regionally, and those laws aren't necessarily in the best interest of, in this case, the internet or Google. It's certainly not in the best interest of the users of the internet. It's almost invariably going to be in the best interest of whatever government entity is legislating these laws into play. So you have this ripple effect that comes into play where, in this case, Western tech firms are increasingly forced to comply with not just local laws, but these complex geopolitical alignments. And not to say that it's happened in this case here, but you could certainly see the federal government placing pressure on a U.S.-based company to comply with other nations in the interest of international cooperation. So the waters get muddied very quickly. I think the only thing we probably can conclude from this is that we have a very uncertain future for U.S.-based tech companies in Russia and China and other adversarial countries, which, it's going to make it very difficult to do business, but the impact on users is going to be profound as well. And we haven't seen the last shoe drop on this one. Next up, we have an article from InfoSecurity Magazine. Disinformation Nation, Trolls, Tech, and the Truths. U.S. government agencies have attributed a fake video of Haitians allegedly voting illegally in Georgia to Russian actors, stating it's part of a Kremlin-backed campaign to undermine the legitimacy of the 2024 presidential election, which at the time of this recording has already been determined in the favor of Donald Trump. The video, widely shared on social media, falsely shows men claiming to be Haitian citizens voting multiple times in Georgia and encouraging others to do the same. Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, dismissed the video as a disinformation effort likely produced by Russian troll farms and called for its removal from platforms like X. The U.S. officials at the FBI and the Cyber Security and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, noted that this tactic reflects broader foreign influence efforts aimed at stoking division among American voters. This incident is part of a surge in foreign interference, with the U.S. intelligence community also citing another disinformation tactics, including a video falsely suggesting that Kamala Harris took a bribe. Such influence operations have ramped up in recent months, with Microsoft and the Department of Justice identifying cyber campaigns from Iran and Russia, respectively, targeting the U.S. election. Now, the election's already determined, so there's no point in getting into a lot of the debate about this. However, it is worth mentioning that every time we see one of these foreign entities interfering with the U.S. election, it happened, obviously, this year. It happened in the 2020 election. And there's evidence to suggest that it happened in 2016 as well. all of these foreign entities, which are classified politely as adversarial nations, seem to be doing things that would be perceived as in the favor or to the advantage of Donald Trump. Now, we have clear proof that it's happened here. There's been disputed proof that it's happened in the past. I think it's a disturbing trend from a security standpoint, obviously. It tells us that we need to have heightened security demands for all of our enterprise IT and for our government entities anytime that we have an important thing like an election. It also makes us call into question the role of AI in detecting and combating disinformation. A lot of the stuff comes through, obviously made with props and not on location and basically works of fiction. But determining that it is a work of fiction seems to be the difficult part here. And more we're relying on AI, which, as we spoke of in previous podcasts, AI is being used to generate these campaigns as well. So it's almost like the machines fighting the machines in this case here. There's also the matter of data integrity and trust as enterprise priorities. As false information circulates more widely, maintaining data integrity and public trust becomes paramount. Financial institutions, healthcare providers, and large enterprises, securing data and ensuring its accuracy is crucial. Enterprises face increased pressure to validate the sources and authenticity of their data, especially if targeted by similar disinformation campaigns. And that is something that we do not hold that same standard to social media. More and more people lean on social media for their news. The whole idea, this whole premise of fake news that's been thrown out there to discredit reputable journalists and reputable media outlets that have journalistic standards and have to abide by regulation and federal laws. The idea that we're going to throw all that out the window and instead rely on influencers who post on X is terrifying, because none of those people have any kind of obligation to vet their sources or make sure what they're posting is true. And the platforms themselves all largely have immunity from anything that's posted as a platform. But you see on X, since the takeover by Elon Musk, their standards, their editorial standards, their ethics standards have, I would say, diminished or dropped off. But I mean, let's face it, they literally threw them out the window. They did away with their ethics boards. They did away with their review boards. And your influencers have no reason to vet their information, and your platforms now have no incentive whatsoever to curtail any misinformation. And these platforms are becoming the primary source of news. And while that plays well for the people who are manipulating the influencers, for a nation in general, I think it's a bad thing. It's dangerous, and it's something that's going to come back and bite us later on. The other thing that we have to keep in mind here is vendor and supply chain vulnerabilities that occur. We've seen this with man-in-the-middle attacks in the past, and supply chain vulnerabilities are still a significant threat to all of us, since many companies rely on third-party vendors for cloud services and data management. They must assess these partners' security measures against disinformation risks, which is one of the reasons why you see a lot of companies pulling their official presence off of disreputable social media sites like X. You never saw the uptake of anything other than right-leaning organizations on Truth Social and so forth. So your social media has become politicized to the point that it's almost a propaganda wing. And that's, in addition to our ridiculous fines that governments are imposing, that's a dark mark against the internet and making it dangerous. We'll see how far that goes. Obviously, it's not going to be an issue at this point, since the election itself has been taken care of or resolved. I don't know if they're going to investigate this. Anyone's going to pursue this any further since Donald Trump won. I doubt it. I think there's probably a case there that's at least worth shedding some light on moving forward. This next article comes to us from Security Affairs, Password Sprays and Proxy Plays. Chinese threat actors are using the Quad 7 botnet, also known as Covert Network 1658, to carry out password spray attacks targeting Microsoft 365 accounts and various network devices. First detected in 2023, Quad 7 botnet compromises multiple Soho devices, including TP-Link, Zyxel, and Netgear, exploiting known and new vulnerabilities to perform brute force attacks. Notably, Microsoft has linked these attacks to Storm 940, a Chinese threat group active since 2021, which focuses on sectors such as government, defense, and NGOs across North America and Europe. Quad 7 uses thousands of compromised routers and devices as proxy nodes to relay low-volume, high-target password spray attempts, making it difficult to detect. The botnet's operators leverage rotating IP pools, with some IPs active for only about 90 days, avoiding typical security triggers for multiple failed logins. Microsoft has advised organizations to strengthen credential security and harden cloud identities to counter these threats, as Storm 940 persists in targeting credentials and establishing footholds in high-value environments for potential data exfiltration and further network exploitation. So this is a problem that we've been dealing with for over a decade now. Your Soho devices that are exploited by botnets, and these Soho devices typically are edge routers, cameras, light bulbs, your personal assistants, pretty much anything that's connected to the network. In this case here, they're exploiting a couple of known ones from TP-Link, Zyxel, and Netgear, but the threats have been out there for quite some time. This poses a significant threat to home office security, as well as commercial and enterprises, as these devices often lack robust security measures, especially in smaller businesses that may not regularly update or secure them. Storm 0940 in targeted sectors, a national security concern. Microsoft's link between Quad 7 and the Chinese threat group emphasizes how state-sponsored attackers are targeting sectors with sensitive data like government, defense, and NGOs. Now, this is a sector that I happen to live in quite frequently all day long. So the concerns about the threat to national security are significant. Raises questions about the steps organizations in these sectors need to take to protect their networks and why they're frequent targets of cyber espionage. There are platforms out there. There are cybersecurity platforms out there. NIST 800-171, 853, ISO 9002, I think it is. There's a lot of defined guidelines out there for how you should manage your network. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's not going to stop every threat that's out there, but I think you have to have that fundamental baseline in place before you can start looking at one-off exploits like this But in that case, these platforms all have provisions in there for regular patching and testing and penetration testing and so forth, where these types of vulnerabilities would be caught and resolved. Now, this particular exploit is what's known as a low-volume password spray. Typically, what happens in brute force attacks is you'll have a device or a bunch of devices that are targeting, say, a router, for instance, and they'll brute force it by overwhelming it with login attempts. And eventually, they'll usually get through, they'll gain some level of administrative access, and that little foothold they get in the door allows them to exploit further bugs that are in the firmware or software, or just do account takeovers or man in the middle, or, just start exfiltrating data. Now, those types of mass login failures throw up red flags like crazy in log analyzers. Alien Vault and so forth would pick something like this up fairly quickly, raise a flag. Most of them will automatically implement some type of preventative measure. If it happens to be a Windows domain, group policies will prevent a certain number of lockouts. They'll disable the account for a period of time. All kinds of mitigations happen when you have these large scale brute force. With these low volume ones, they slip through the cracks very easily because they're not setting off any flags. You don't want to set your tolerances to the point that you're even going to pick these things up, because on a regular basis, people mistype a password when they're logging into these devices, and you don't want to generate an excessive number of false flags. So the technique of using low volume password sprays will hopefully get by a lot of those mitigating circumstances that you have. This also brings up the challenges of tracking and mitigating distributed botnets. There have been dozens of botnets that have risen in the last 10 years and been taken down. There are hundreds more than that are in existence already, that are, some of them are even cooperative between each botnet. Some of them have enough intelligence built into them so that they'll go dark for periods of time, and then they'll come back online to try to avoid detection. The level of intelligence in the botnets is increasing significantly, and that's largely to do with the hardware. A lot of the hardware that's out there from a consumer standpoint now, which tends to be the target for these exploits, that technology has increased significantly in computational power, memory capacity, bandwidth utilization. So the more sophisticated that newer technology gets, the more effective it is in these botnets. And, we'll remind everyone to keep in mind their password hygiene. Make sure you're using strong passwords, you're rotating your passwords, you're using password managers so that you're not reusing passwords. And make sure you're using your multi-factor authentication, especially when it has to do with cloud identities. Make sure you're using, at a minimum, an SMS second message. But you can use passcode, you can use Authenticator app, you can use YubiKeys. We just implemented YubiKeys for two-factor authentication at my office. There's a lot of options out there. If we only use passwords and we never change the defaults, we're in a lot of trouble. That was all we had for the first segment here. Before we go, I do want to take a moment to invite the listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find all of our podcasts, video and audio, listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Apple, Spotify, Google, TuneIn, anywhere you can get a podcast these days. We'd also love to get your feedback. Tell us how we're doing. Give us suggestions for show notes. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can also call in, leave us a voicemail if you'd like to appear on the show. We can get you on the show. That is 856-403-8788. 856-403-8788. Again, we are a family-friendly network, so please keep that in mind with any comments that you have. We may edit those comments for clarity and appropriateness of time. So keep that in mind as well. Feel free to get, again, the number is 856-403-8788, or you can get links to all that and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. And we'll be right back.
Are you tired of your favorite gaming podcast finishing with a play?
Oh, no!
Well, check out No Credits Rolled, where we play the games but rarely finish them. How's it going, folks? I'm Sam Whalen, your friendly host at No Credits Rolled, the ultimate gaming podcast, where we dish out the latest scoops and reviews on all your beloved video games.
Hey, listen!
Not only that, but we spice things up with some guest interviews and even give you, yes, you, a chance to have your say. Tune in every other week for a fresh dose of No Credits Rolled, available on all major podcast platforms, and hit us up on social media at No Credits Rolled. So why wait? Let's dive into the gaming world together, where finishing games is optional, but the fun is guaranteed.
Welcome back to Insights into Technology. Our next article comes to us from The Verge. Timeline tensions. Why Microsoft's screenshot saga isn't over yet. Microsoft has again postponed the release of its recall feature, initially intended for October, now pushed to December for Windows Insiders on Copilot Plus PCs. Recall is designed to capture screenshots of almost everything a user does on their PC, creating a searchable timeline, but security concerns have caused multiple delays. Microsoft has emphasized Recall is an optional, fully removable feature, with extra time being taken to ensure a secure and trusted experience by strengthening encryption and making access contingent on Windows Hello authentication. The delay comes amid public concerns and misinformation, which escalated when some users found recall references in the latest Windows 11 update, sparking fears about forced installations. Microsoft's focus remains on resolving these issues and addressing bugs from Recall's initial suspension. When this was first announced, and even to this day, I still say this is a very interesting feature that nobody wanted, nobody asked for, and I think nobody trusts at this point in time. The whole privacy concern here, with everything being screenshotted and then ingested into an AI-driven database so that you can go back and look at it later. I'm not sure what need this was supposed to fill. I really don't. This to me sounds like a request from the government almost in their ability to try to track people's activities. I can't imagine Microsoft felt there was a need for this. I don't think they know what the purpose of this is going to be. And as such, they don't know how to secure it. Now, they've made a number of changes to it. Your opt-in ability, which I think kind of was a no-brainer. The fact that they were turning it on by default initially was terrifying. But they're trying to come up with a balance between productivity and privacy here, but I don't know what the productivity is from a tool like this. All I see are a whole bunch of privacy concerns at this point in time, and who has access to that data? Microsoft has proven to be notoriously insecure, despite their public efforts at trying to get better at security. They're literally the least secure operating system, and they have been I mean, they've had products that have been so bad. Internet Explorer is a great example that it had to be taken off the market. It was so insecure. It was so insecure that they stopped putting prizes up for it at Black Hat and DEF CON. I see Microsoft Recall. Who's tested this? What kind of privacy audits has this gone through? What kind of security audits? What kind of third-party review has this gone through? Is this just an internal project that somebody came up with? The impacts on the future of computing and the idea of digital timelines. I don't need a Wayback Machine for my computer. If I do something on my computer and I need to go back and redo it, that's what I have a backup system for. I don't need the computer spying on me and taking screenshots. So they can continue to delay this as far as I'm concerned. It's a feature that I don't think I'll ever want to use, nor do I even want to run the risk of having it on a computer that I own. Because Lord knows there's going to be some kind of exploit that's going to turn it on without my knowledge, and someone's going to start gathering data. That's the biggest fear out there. So thank you, but no thank you, Microsoft, on this one. One of China's most popular apps has the ability to spy on its users, and it's not the one that you're probably thinking. This article comes to us from CNN. CNN investigation has uncovered that Pinduoduo, one of China's top e-commerce apps, contains sophisticated malware, allowing it to bypass phone security, monitor users' activity, and even control settings. What could possibly go wrong? Cybersecurity experts and former Pinduoduo employees allege that the app exploits vulnerabilities in the Android systems, using these tactics to spy on users and potentially gain an edge over competitors. I guess you would with all that information. Researchers also found that the app uses privileged escalation, enabling it to access private data without consent and resist deletion. This revelation has raised significant concerns, especially given the rising scrutiny of Chinese apps like TikTok for similar privacy issues. The findings may impact the global reputation of Pinduoduo's international counterpart, Temu, or Temu, we call it Temu, which is currently expanding rapidly in Western markets. The Chinese government has previously enacted privacy regulations to curb data exploitation by domestic tech giants, but experts suggest these safeguards may have failed in Pinduoduo's case. And really, are you going to trust the Chinese government to protect foreigners from their own tech giants snooping? That's not the first people I'd put my trust in. As Pinduoduo disbanded the team responsible for developing these exploits, questions remain about the app's integrity and the oversight challenges facing Chinese regulators. So this draws into question the concern about enterprise security when it comes to consumer apps in the enterprise. It's very difficult to keep private apps or private devices like cell phones and so forth off your corporate network without fairly draconian efforts. A discovery of malware on these types of devices in this case, it was literally built into the software. It's difficult to prevent these things from getting into your network and finding exploits. The discovery of malware within a mainstream e-commerce app like Pinduoduo signals potential risks for companies with employees who use personal devices, especially in a bring-your-own-device environment. If employees have apps that exploit phone vulnerabilities, it could open backdoors into corporate systems. The risk of privilege escalation, whether it's a private device or a company device. Private escalation, which Pinduoduo allegedly uses to access and control private data without consent, is typically a tactic associated with cyber attacks rather than mainstream apps. That's kind of a no-brainer. I mean, at no point in time should an app be engaging in privilege escalation, asking for access to components on your phone that it doesn't need. People need to not just okay these things. It's like going to a website that's giving you a cookie warning and everyone just says okay to the cookies and takes them. Or you install a piece of software and you get the end user license agreement. Nobody ever reads any of these things. People are blindly giving permissions. They're, in many cases, you're being asked for it and giving it away. The impact on global business trust and regulatory pressures. We're seeing this in the United States, where you've got a large population of politicians who are interested in banning applications like TikTok because they think because it's potentially controlled by an adversarial government, they think that it is a danger to national security. Let's ignore the fact that you've got a number of domestic applications or domestic providers like Meta, for instance, who have been proven to be threats to our election systems and our government, but we don't do anything about them. So let's not be too hypocritical here. And again, we go back to the whole idea of cross-border applications, cross-border services, regional regulations. China says they're coming up with laws to govern these things, but those laws are not going to be to the benefit of anyone outside of China. We kind of have to understand that. And finally, the other thing that we really have to take, we kind of scratch the surface on, that we have to take into consideration is the bring your own device policy changes. CMMC 2.0 and a number of other more modern security frameworks have very strict handling of BYOD, how they are allowed on your network, what portion of the network they're allowed onto, how they have to authenticate. So again, it's one of these, you need to have that framework in place. You need to have the foundational security in place before you can try to mitigate any of these things. So we'll see how that one plays out. This next article comes to us from Security Week. And again, it's Google in the news once more. Google claims first vulnerability found using AI. The machines are policing the machines now. Google's Big Sleep, a new large language model agent developed in collaboration with Project Zero and DeepMind, has achieved a cybersecurity milestone by identifying a real-world vulnerability in SQLite, a popular open-source database engine. Unlike traditional fuzzing, which failed to detect the flaw even after 150 CPU hours, Big Sleep pinpointed a stack-based buffer overflow by analyzing recent code commits, guided by prior vulnerability data. The issue was patched swiftly before any user risk, highlighting Big Sleep's potential to advance security research. Google cautions, however, that while promising, LLM-based vulnerability discovery remains experimental and is currently complementary to existing methods. This big breakthrough underscores a broader industry trend as AI tools increasingly assist cybersecurity efforts, from spotting vulnerabilities to tracking exploitation attempts in real time. So the interesting thing here is how LLMs are revolutionizing vulnerability detection beyond traditional tools. One thing that LLMs are very good at doing is analyzing large chunks of data. If you've ever been part of a security audit or had evidence to sort through of exploitation on your network, you'll understand that going through router logs, firewall logs, system logs, system event viewer logs. It's a very, depending on what level you're logging at, mind you, because if you're not logging at a high enough level, it doesn't matter what you go through. But depending on how high a level you're logging at, it can be a painful and agonizingly long process that is just ripe for human error to overlook something. Sometimes it's a single line entry in the log that you're looking for of a port that was accessed or an IP address that was unfamiliar or a login attempt that wasn't, that was too quick and it wasn't humanly possible to try to log in that fast. There's a ton of idiosyncrasies that you're looking for when you're going through these logs. We've traditionally used log analyzing services from things like Alien Vault and so forth, or Perch or something like that. And these really were kind of designed to do this type of work before LLMs came into play. With LLMs, you can dump tons and tons and tons of logs into them, let them train on those logs, give them good examples, give them bad examples, and they can help to automate this process significantly. However, LLMs are not infallible. They have hallucinations. They are only as good as the data that they have to analyze. And they may not be able to do this type of stuff in real time. So you're still doing a post-mortem analysis with them. The implications for the open source security and database reliability when it comes to things like this. SQLite is widely embedded across various applications from mobile apps to browsers. Big Sleep's ability to detect flaws in such a fundamental open source technology suggests that AI-driven tools could significantly bolster security for widely used open source components, because there's a lot of data to go over. This also speaks to the promise, but also the limitations of AI-driven security research. AI is huge. It's in the news. It's touching just about everything nowadays. AI is mostly being used for content generation, content creation, content transformation. Using it in a manner in which you're trying to actually inject a human analytical element here is, I don't want to say risky, but it's a little bit more complicated, I think, than what these models were originally designed for. So it should be interesting to see how that evolves. And what is the role of AI in accelerating patch timelines and risk mitigation? We've talked in the past about AI being used to find, generate, or exploit vulnerabilities. Turning it around on the other side here to try to find the vulnerabilities is an interesting tactic itself, or to find active vulnerabilities happening at the same time. I think you need to be very careful with this. You have to watch out for the false flags. You have to watch out for garbage coming out that may either give you a false sense of security that you're not finding anything because the AI said there's nothing there. Doesn't mean there's nothing there. But it also runs the risk of generating too many false alarms that you just don't trust the system anymore at all. So it's kind of a double-edged sword that we have to worry about there. So that was all we had for news this week. We'll be right back, finishing up our discussion with Howard Dortch. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insights into things. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Technology. In our fourth part of our discussion with Howard Dorch, we finished with his insights on today's emerging technology, his views on the future of technology, and some helpful advice for those looking to break into the industry. So we've danced around the artificial intelligence, genie in the bottle here that's now out of the bottle. What do you think of ChatGPT and the various transformer models and LLMs out there? Where do you think are they the future of where we're going with computing and video games, or is this just another 3D fad that no one's going to bother with?
No, it's going to be an important part of the future. But like anything, it carries with it a certain amount of danger. The danger, the product in and of itself, if used for intent of entertainment, great stuff. But, the product then being available for other nefarious purposes becomes a problem.
Right.
So I see it. And how do you put a rope around it? How do you say you can't go there? There's no throttle to it. There's no rope that you can put around it to stop it. But the AI, like I said, we had this technology some time ago, and we just didn't know how to take advantage of the processor power that it took to do it. Like ChatGPT, you want it to write a story for you. So take a look at what it really needs to do that. First of all, it needs a dictionary.
Right.
You need to have all the words, and you need to have an understanding of all the words. Now, if you wanted to write humor, then what it needs is a background of all the humor that was ever written anywhere ever. So those AIs need access to massive databases of all kinds in order to do what they need to do. You can limit it or you can unlimit it. And if you give it access to everything, and here we go, Terminator, Skynet.
Yeah.
Things come to mind. But in order to have a good AI, it has to have access to everything. Now, if you want to have a good art AI, you got to give it a picture of every piece of art in the world, and you have to classify it. Here's Van Gogh, here's Frank Frazetta, two different styles completely.
Right.
So, if you want something like what Frank Frazetta does, then the AI needs to understand, here's every stroke that he made on all of his album covers and book covers.
Sure.
So now the thing has something to draw from. It can see what was, and what it would do is go out and say, well, I'm going to build a male character, and it's got to have muscles, and it's got to be long hair, and maybe a beard, maybe not a beard. It's got to make those kind of decisions. But basically, it's going to try to replicate the work that Frank Frazetta did. So databases, that's what makes the AI work.
Mm-hmm.
You cut off the databases, it can't think on its own. It has to have some frame of reference.
Right. Yeah, I heard someone told me an analogy before about AI. It's like if you have a parrot and you have an AI, and you ask the parrot and you ask the AI, if it wants a cracker, and they both say yes. Well, the parrot really wants the AI. The parrot really wants the cracker. The AI really doesn't care about the cracker. It's just emulating what a parrot would say.
Right.
And in playing around with it, prompt engineering and stuff like that, the closest analogy I had is today's AI is like a bread maker, right? I have to put the ingredients in. So I need to know what the ingredients are. I need to supply the ingredients. I need to put them in the right order, and I need to set the timer right. I put it all in, it churns it up, it cooks it for me, and at the end of the day, I have a loaf of bread. But that's
Right.
all the AI does, is it cooks the bread for you. It doesn't make the bread for you.
Right.
And having worked in academia yourself, do you think that there's a danger, a brain drain danger of kids? Well, I'm not quite to the point where I think I've earned it, but I'll still call them kids anyway. Do you think the kids today who use AI to do their creative work for school projects, do you see that being a danger? moving
Absolutely.
forward? How do you combat that? How would you combat something like that?
It makes them stupid.
Yeah.
I mean, the classes that I taught, I had a rule: show up. I'm going to give you homework every class. I'm going to give you homework. Show up, do your homework. I'll guarantee you get an A in my class.
Right.
Because the tests, the midterms, and the final exams were the homework.
Mm-hmm.
Everything that I had them do in the homework, I took questions from each one of them and put it in the midterm and the final exam. Show up, listen to the lecture, do the homework, take the test, you will pass. And I kind of forced it on them to get them to do research. And what did I find out? Copy and paste out of Google every time.
Right.
I mean, that they did their own AI. It's like I want you to find out about legal issues in the game industry.
Yeah.
And so they went out and found some article on Google and copied and pasted, printed it out, and handed it in for their homework. Little did they know, I too have access to a computer and know how to use one.
Right.
So every class we would have that conversation, and I would get them in class. In order to bypass that, I'd get them in class and have them turn the computers off and make them do their homework right then.
Oh, that's just mean.
Well, how do you drive creativity out of them?
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Well, and to a certain extent, there's a certain creativity required to get AI to do what you need it to do. Prompt engineering is a valid job. You can go out and get a job doing as a prompt engineer now, and it requires it's almost like a programming language, right? So, for instance, if you want to write a space opera, you want to write the newest Star Wars. You have to go out there and tell it what style you want to write it in. You have to feed it something to do something with. You can't just say, write me a story, because it's going to come back with nothing. So as long as you're able to provide the information that it needs into the prompt, you can get it to do stuff, and then you tweak those prompts. But the kids nowadays are basically feeding in questions from their homework assignments and getting whatever comes back, which is no better than a Google search, and pasting that into the homework.
Yeah, pretty much.
So,
well, and a smart instructor, teacher, educator can see that. I mean, the educators have to be educated. They just have to know how to drive what they need for them to do.
Right.
Math problems. Like I said, turn the computer off. Sometimes you just got to turn it off, and have them actually think. So, but can AI do good things? Absolutely. Can AI cure cancer? Possibly. Well, what better use for it?
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right.
Than to do good.
It's
if I had all of the AI in the world, first thing I'd want to do is, how do I feed everybody in the world, and how do I cure disease?
Right. Well, and
Get to work.
AI is like any other tool. If you know how to use it and you know what it's used for, you can use it right. The problem is you take somebody who's not a carpenter, you put a hammer in their hand, everything's a nail to them, and they just want to use the hammer on everything. But if you know how to use the tool, you can wield that tool of AI in a way that is constructive overall for everybody, even yourself.
So should GPT be taught a class?
I think it should. I think it's something, if for no other reason, to teach about the pitfalls of ChatGPT. One of the things that we run into at my work right now is everyone and their brother wants to use AI. And the problem is they start asking questions of ChatGPT. And when you ask questions, you're putting information, you're exfiltrating information into it. And that information isn't just in your chat session. That information is ingested into the model itself, and everybody has access to it. So when you start putting proprietary information in there, that's a major security risk. So
Absolutely.
if you're going to teach ChatGPT, at a very minimum, you should teach what these pitfalls are and what these dangers are, and then teach them how to use it properly so that they can do it safely. It's like having a gun, right? I can give a 5-year-old a gun and he'll probably blow his brains out, unfortunately. Yep, there you go. Or I can teach you how to use a gun, and then you can use it constructively to hunt or defend yourself or what else. But you need to know what it does and how to use it and what it's used for.
Yeah, I agree. And, if I was teaching it, of course, I'm old school, being old. What I would do is have them create an AI engine. Class 1, how do you create an AI engine? How do you create a state machine?
Mm-hmm.
Get them to understand the basics of how AI works, and they can write, and they don't have to be computer programmers. They just have to understand the logic of how to lay out a state machine. And let's face it, AI is nothing more than a giant state machine. I need words out of the dictionary. Which one should I use? You ask me about flying jets. Let's go look up everything about jets and flying. And,
right.
I can feed you the information. So like you say, seeding the AI with a question, it preloads it and it knows where you're going with it.
Exactly.
Make me an article about what? You have to preload it.
Yeah.
So yeah, can it be good? Yes. Can it be bad? Skynet. It makes my brain sweat.
There's been enough movies about how it can be bad that we don't need to go into that.
There's all kinds of bad. iRobot, it comes to mind.
Yep.
Yeah, where are we going to go with it? I don't know.
Well, Howard, I want to thank you. This has been, as I expected, entertaining and educational discussion for me.
Well, thank you. One thing I would like to ask you.
Absolutely.
Don't refer to me as an expert of any kind. I just happen to be in these positions at these times. I am no miracle worker, no expert. I just know what I have done, know what I've been involved with, and I'm not that great. I was just there, and I did the work, and I knew what was going on.
Well, you are, if nothing
don't put
else,
me too high on the pedestal.
You are modest, if nothing else. But I won't refer to you as an expert. You're more of a sage to me.
Okay.
You're like a wizened sage to me. You're the only person I know who people come to you and say, "Hey, can you come work for me?" Every job I ever had, I had to go find. So I've not been lucky enough for people to come to me and ask me to come work for them.
Yeah, well, that's unfortunately has been my downfall. People just, you got to come here and work. Okay, yeah, I guess. Do you pay money?
Yeah. Rough life.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of feel like Forrest Gump every now and then. It's like I just happen to be at the right place at the right time, and boom, here's magic. So
Hey, you know what? I'd rather be lucky than good any day.
fair enough.
So,
Fair enough.
all right. Well, I think that's going to wrap up the discussion here. I appreciate your time, and maybe we'll have you on again for the latest and greatest news in the technology world that we can talk about some other time. That was all we had for this week. Before we do go, I want to take a moment once again to invite you to subscribe to the podcast. You can find all of our episodes, both video and audio, listed as Insights into Things. And you can find us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, pretty much any place you can get a podcast these days. I would also encourage you to give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can call us and leave a voicemail for us at 856-403-8788. That's 856-403-8788. If you'd like to get on the podcast with us, just let us know in your voicemail and we can make that happen. We may edit the podcast, your voicemail, for the podcast itself to fit into the allotted time that we have. Again, it's 856-403-8788. You can also find high-res videos of all of our episodes on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you're an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free monthly Twitch Prime subscription. We'd appreciate it if you threw that our way. It helps us keep the lights on around here. You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothings podcasts, or you can find links to all that and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the books.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Technology, a podcast exploring the latest in computers, networking, home automation, mobile computing, and all things technology related. Our hosts will take a deeper dive into the latest and greatest in tech trends and give you the information you need to enable your tech-centric world.
This is Insights into Technology, Episode 6, The Expense of Security and Who's Forking Around with Linux. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and this is the tech news for the week. This first article comes to us from our friends over at TechCrunch. Apple's bug bounty boosting AI cloud security. Ahead of the highly anticipated debut of Apple's private cloud compute service, the tech giant is ramping up its security efforts by offering a bug bounty of up to $1 million to security researchers. The company aims to identify vulnerabilities that could compromise the security of its new AI cloud platform. This bounty includes up to $250,000 for exploits that expose sensitive user data or AI prompts, and up to $150,000 for issues impacting users' information from privileged network positions. Apple's bug bounty program, which has already contributed to enhance security on iPhones through initiatives like special researcher-only iPhones, extends to its cloud-based AI services with a strong focus on maintaining privacy. The company is betting on its private cloud compute to support intensive AI tasks while ensuring user privacy remains intact. This initiative underscores Apple's commitment to security, inviting collaboration from researchers to safeguard its ecosystem. Now, while we do primarily focus on commercial and enterprise applications and computing here, a lot of people will look at Apple and their AI initiative and say it's a consumer-based product. And I think for the most part, it is. But nowadays, anything that is AI, I think, is mainstream news that's worth discussing. The one big thing about Apple's AI is that it is a private AI cloud, or at least that's what they're billing it as. Very similar to Microsoft's Copilot as well. And the advantage to this is that you can build your own language model using company documents, proprietary information, privileged information that wouldn't be available on the web to have been sampled from an LLM. But you also have the ability to include, in Copilot's case at least, the ability to put financial information and do analysis and so forth. We're not entirely sure what we're going to get from Apple's AI at this point in time. Their presentation at the keynote was flashy, as you would expect from an Apple keynote. It showed a lot of consumer-grade things, categorizing photos and auto-completion and, improvements to Siri, which, let's face it, anything's an improvement to Siri at this point. But we didn't really see any commercial or enterprise applications demonstrated or even really talked about that had any significant promise. So the jury's still out on how this is going to affect enterprise data security. But the one thing that should be worth mentioning is that if any company has proven themselves as backing their promise for privacy, it's been Apple lately. So if you're going to trust your information to anybody, Apple might be the people that you want to. The other thing this speaks to is the role of bug bounties in enhancing enterprise cloud security. Apple's putting up over $1 million at this point in time for their bug bounty program, which says a lot because Apple's a notoriously closed company, a notoriously closed system they're highly protective of their intellectual property, of who has access to that if you're not a member of the staff of the company. And they've generally been exceedingly miserly when it comes to granting access to these types of things. The fact that they're taking the step now to offer up the bug bounties, especially for something as new and cutting edge as their AI, is a good sign that Apple's kind of, gotten to the point where they accept what the rest of the industry is doing at this point in time to try to improve security. So what does Apple's private cloud compute actually mean for enterprise and artificial intelligence moving forward? Well, it's been marketed as a solution that could handle intensive AI tasks while ensuring privacy. Now, a good chunk of what that processing is done is actually done on the local side now. Even in my experience, I have found that machines that are running Apple Silicon, and I'm not talking iPhones, I'm talking, in my experience, MacBook Pros running M2s. I've got it running on an Apple Studio at work on an M1, I think it's an M1 Pro, it's not an Ultra. But the processors themselves are exceedingly efficient at running AI. Now, when you couple this with a cloud-based AI, adding additional processing power and additional data storage plus private data storage, you're looking at a pretty robust system, I think. So I think right now, my company, for instance, is evaluating a couple of different AI options, Copilot being one, OpenGPT being another. So there's a number of options out there, and I think Apple immediately gets a place at the table with their release, even though they're very late in the game releasing it. Apple's been gearing up their hardware for handling this type of processing with their neural engines and so forth for several generations of processors now. So they've had the horsepower to do it. They just haven't released the actual solutions for it. So the other option, the other piece of useful information here is Apple's privacy-first approach to enterprise computing and compliance and data protection. This obviously all started at the consumer level. Apple is exceedingly protective to the point of not wanting to be the gatekeeper, right? So we have encrypted iPhones, encrypted laptops, encrypted hard drives, and so forth, where most companies want to be the holders to those keys because that's vital information that they can then use, manipulate, disseminate, or even just analyze for predictive trends. Apple's always been very hands-off. So I think when you bring that approach from the computing world to the AI world, where privacy is even more of a concern given the amount of exfiltration of information that's out there, Apple has a very good chance of kind of setting that standard and raising that bar for all of the AI components and providers out there moving forward. And finally, I think the last significant thing that this article kind of demonstrates is the need for enterprise collaboration with security researchers. We've been beaten to the ground numerous times by the DMCA and the restrictions placed on what researchers can legally do with the equipment, the hardware, the software that they have at their disposal. And when you have companies like Microsoft and Apple who run closed systems, there's obviously a move towards open source, but traditionally these have been very closed entities that you have to trust, right? So you're going to run Microsoft as your operating system in your enterprise. You don't know. It's never, you don't get an external audit of that. You don't get an independent audit of that. You look at Patch Tuesdays and you see that Microsoft is consistently releasing 70, 80, 90 patches a month. You can't help but wonder if they open that up to security researchers to go in and do the work for them under the guise of a bug bounty program like Apple is doing here, you can't help but improve the product, improve the service, improve the reputation. And I think Apple at least has finally bought into this philosophy here of let's have other people break our stuff for us, and they'll break it in ways that we haven't thought about breaking it. And the more exposure that your product has to the more people, more obviously hardware, configuration, networks, when you can put forth a much broader effort at testing where budgets or time or lack of staff may, now, mind you, Apple is not short on resources to pay for these types of things. But a lot of times your developers and your testers that are in-house are too close to it. They're too close to the product. They're too close to the process. And there may be internal pressures, bureaucracies, and stresses that they run into where they can't do as good a job as someone who doesn't have a horse in the race. Where you can have a slew of outside outside testers come in and objectively poke a stick at your product and tell you how to make it better. Microsoft has kind of done it, but it's largely an open source community type of thing that has proven to be highly effective. So hopefully this signifies a change in trend for Apple and other enterprise manufacturers like that. Our next story comes to us from TechCrunch. Again, this one is Deepfake Danger Exposes Corporate Vulnerabilities. In a striking revelation at TechCrunch Disrupt in San Francisco, Asaf Rappaport, CEO and co-founder of cybersecurity firm Wiz, shared that his company was recently targeted by a sophisticated deepfake attack. Several employees received a voice message purportedly from Rappaport attempting to steal their credentials. The team quickly realized something was amiss as the voice, generated from a public conference recording, didn't match the CEO's usual tone, tipping them off to an attack. While the company could trace the origin of the deepfake, the perpetrators remain unknown. Rappaport pointed out the low risk of being caught makes cyber attacks particularly attractive for criminals. He also discussed Wiz's decision to reject a $23 billion acquisition offer from Google, citing the massive $100 billion potential in the cloud security market. Now, we're not going to talk to the possible merger that they had turned down here, but I think what's important to take away from this is the increase in the number of instances of deepfakes, how those deepfakes are being used even on security conscious companies like this. So deepfake technology, once associated primarily with entertainment or political disinformation, is now making its way into enterprise cyber attacks. There was an incident earlier this year with, I want to say it's an Australian company, where they had been victims of a financial scam when a deep fake was used to convince one of their financial employees to wire transfers to an unknown account. And the deep fake itself actually created a video conference with the entire executive team that was totally fiction. None of them existed, but it looked like them, it sounded like them, so the individual was convinced that it was legitimate. So the level of sophistication that we're seeing here, combined with the probably oldest method of infiltration, but one of the most effective in social engineering, these two things combined have proven to be a lethal combination at this point in time. One of the things that you can do to combat this is one that's pushed from several different security frameworks right now, and it is one that the federal government preaches quite frequently, and that's insider awareness. But in this case here, it has to go a step further. It's not just awareness, but you have to be able to notice behavioral anomalies, and that has to become a defense. In this case here, they know that the CEO himself is admittedly not a good public speaker, and they're all familiar with how he speaks in public. So the advantage that they had in this case here was they happened to use a public speech that he made and realized that it was a very different tone than his internal communications. So that was one of the things that helped them here. But employees have to be trained now to look at these types of things, to understand when someone is or may not be a legitimate representation of themselves. And it requires probably new technology that can do deepfake detection. And there's a number of options that are out there now. But as with most things in cybersecurity, it's a cat and mouse game. And I think the bad guys are kind of winning right now until the technology catches up with them. Until then, there's obviously different things that we can do. You could have certain key phrases that are published on a daily or weekly basis that if those key phrases don't make it into the conversation, And obviously you keep them secret, but if they don't make it into the conversation, then you know that it's not a legitimate conversation. It's an old spycraft technique that you would have safe words. You would start off a message with a certain phrase in front of it, or you would have to include a certain phrase somewhere in the message itself. And this is going back, 1800s, old school type of espionage tools. The other thing that this brings up is the issue of remote work and secure communication. There have been numerous instances of remote workers, and I think the most recent one that I saw was from North Korea, where remote workers are pretending to be from other countries, getting jobs in companies with sensitive information, and then immediately exfiltrating that information back to North Korea. So there has to be some protocols in place, some mechanisms in place to ensure that your remote workers aren't deep faking you like this. The other issue, which, Rappaport points out, is these are relatively low-risk crimes. There are high incidence of occurrence. There's low incidence of detection and capture, especially when you can pull off one of these from another country. I mean, there's nothing you can do to enforce a deep fake that's emerging from an adversarial country like North Korea or Iran or Russia or what have you. Sure, you can trace IP, you can see where it's coming from, but VPNs can get around that these days. The only thing you might have is some of this old school spycraft that you can use that ensures that the communications themselves are secure. You can't obviously trust encryption anymore because encryption's ubiquitous at this point in time. Everybody has it everywhere. In fact, you're more suspicious if you don't have encryption at this point in time. So I think what you're going to see is new techniques, new security validation techniques. If I'm having a conference call, somewhere in that conference call, I have to show an emblem or a pin or a certain color or something along those lines that only the employees should be aware of. And that information should have been relayed to them out of bandwidth using some other communication method, maybe on a rotational basis or something like that. But we're obviously going to have to take up new techniques to get around some of these more convincing deepfakes that we have. Our next article comes from Info Security Magazine. Let me switch my web page here. This one tells us how NIS2 is reshaping budgets, risk, and global business. The EU's Network and Information Security, NIS2 directive, is significantly impacting businesses, forcing many to divert resources from other crucial areas to ensure compliance. Research from Veeam reveals that 95% of applicable companies have reallocated funds, with over a third pulling from risk management budgets and others from recruitment and emergency reserves. This financial strain is exacerbated by shrinking or stagnant IT budgets amidst rising business costs and inflation. While 68% of firms report receiving extra budget for compliance, concerns remain that these adjustments could affect businesses' critical business functions. The directive, which came into force on October 17th, 2024, imposes strict penalties for non-compliance, including potential corporate liability, prompting organizations to prioritize compliance. Despite this, NIS2 ranks low on IT leaders' priority lists, falling behind concerns such as the skills gap and rising operational costs. The directive affects around 150,000 companies in the EU and beyond, including supply chain entities outside the EU, underscoring its far-reaching impact. Now, I think this is episode 6. I think 4 of the 6 episodes I've done so far have railed against these heavy-handed, unfunded government mandates. Normally, I'm railing against those that are imposed on U.S. companies by the federal government. But in this case here, our friends over in Europe are now entwined in this type of problem here. The concern with something like this is it's a carrot and stick approach without the carrot. So you're telling people that they have to be compliant with this or face penalties. And in order to meet that requirement, you're seeing significant budgetary sacrifices from other critical areas that, while it allows these companies to meet this new requirement, you're going to see other security things fall by the wayside. Budget cuts for security personnel, budget cuts for expansion and training, budget cuts for new technology. So by forcing really what is an arbitrary standard down the throats of the companies in your sphere of influence, we'll say, by doing that, you're forcing them to compromise elsewhere. And while there definitely needs to be standards, and those standards need to be enforced, and you need to have implications, penalties if they're not enforced, doing so without providing any kind of incentive, these companies, is dangerous. And I'm not talking cashback incentives necessarily. You could do this through tax incentives. You can do it through vouchers. You could do it through a percentage markup on contracts with the government. There's a lot of different ways that you can reward these companies. And by sidestepping that carrot approach and just going with the stick, you're going to force them into a compromising position, or you're not going to, but there's a high chance that you're going to force them into a compromising position where, in order to meet this standard, other initiatives that are already underway are going to suffer. So it's kind of a dangerous tightrope to walk here from a government standpoint. And the thing that's really difficult with this is that they're imposing it not just on EU-based companies, but they're also imposing this on companies that are outside the EU that do critical business with the EU. I could think of like a BAE or someone like that, where there's a lot of exchange of defense contracts and such, where you basically want to impose your standards on countries or companies in other countries that are not legally bound by it. But I think you're going to run into some problems with enforcement with that, as much as you're going to run into a problem with enforcing your penalties on corporate liability. We've already seen in the U.S. here where the requirements we have are prohibitively costly for a lot of those smaller businesses. And those smaller businesses are doing the absolute minimum to achieve those. Now, while they may achieve those absolute minimums, what are they sacrificing in the process? That's something that has to be taken into consideration. There are sacrifices that are being made. The other issue you run into is IT budgeting. I mean, IT is notoriously under budgeted no matter what. Given the rise of malicious software and cybersecurity attacks and all these standards, you would think your IT budgets would be growing to accommodate these, but most of them aren't. Most of them are shrinking. There's an overall philosophy with most upper management that's in a non-technical company that, IT is the redheaded stepchild. It always has been. It's a necessary evil because IT doesn't bring in revenue. When in reality, every piece of revenue that comes into a company can be traced directly back to their dependence on IT. And executives and C-suite directors and so forth need to understand that. and need to make sure that there's budget not only for our existing programs, but for these additional mandates to come in so that we're not caught off guard. The one advantage we have with these mandates is the bureaucracy of government tends to grind slowly, regardless of where in the world it is. So when these mandates come out, it takes quite some time to implement them usually. Although I will say the European Union seems to rattle these off much faster than the federal government in the United States does. But that's a double-edged sword as well. So when these standards come out, it takes so long because of government bureaucracy that by the time they come out, they're most likely outdated already. And we're seeing that in the United States now. So then there's another push to then update those standards and then get everyone compliant with those standards. If you're a cybersecurity professional and you make money off of this, it's great news for you because it's recurring revenue and it's a job security for quite some time. But if you're a small to medium-sized business, this gets expensive very fast. And you have to be very careful with future planning and future-proofing with this stuff, because if you do the minimum to get compliant now, you may have systems in place now that need to be pulled out and replaced in a few years before they should be end of life because you didn't have the budget to go the right way. So a lot of compromises to keep in mind here, but it's a classic example of probably government overreach here, but it's not happening in the United States this time. So that's good news for us, I guess, but sorry for the EU. You guys are having to put up with some of the stuff that we've been dealing with for some time now. So we're going to take a quick break, but before we do, I want to take a moment to thank our listening and viewing audience. If you don't subscribe already, I would invite you to do so. You can find us listed as Insights into Things. All of our programs, video and audio, are listed there. We're listed on Apple Podcast, Spotify, Google, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast these days. I would also encourage you to give us your feedback. We'd love to hear what you have to say. We're always open to suggestions. Tell us what we're doing right, what we're doing wrong, what topics you'd like us to cover, anything you'd like us to deep dive into. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can call and leave a voicemail for us at 856-403-8788. That's 856-403-8788. Leave a voicemail. Let us know what you think. If you'd like us to put your comments on the air or in a podcast, let us know which podcast you'd like to appear on. Keep in mind, we are a family-friendly network here, so keep that in mind. I would also recommend you check us out on Twitch. We do stream 5 days a week at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free monthly Twitch subscription. If you threw that our way, we would be most appreciative. That helps us keep the lights on around here. You can get links to those and everything else on our main website at www.insightsintothings.com. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Technology. Our next story comes to us from The Record. Penn State's $1.25 million cybersecurity wake-up call. Penn State University has been fined $1.25 million for failing to comply with cybersecurity requirements in its contracts with the Department of Defense and NASA. The fine relates to 15 contracts where the university did not implement required cybersecurity controls between 2018 and 2023. Despite not acknowledging the issues, Penn State reportedly failed to take action to correct them, misleading the government about when it would address the deficiencies. The Justice Department's Civil Division emphasized the importance of cybersecurity and safeguarding sensitive government information, particularly in defense research and development. The settlement stems from a whistleblower lawsuit under the False Claims Act, with Matthew Decker, Penn State's former chief information officer, receiving $250,000 as part of the resolution. While Penn State did not admit to the charges, it has since implemented additional cybersecurity measures. The case is part of the broader wow, this is a tough one. The case is part of the broader civil cyber fraud initiative launched in 2021 to hold organizations accountable for weak cybersecurity that puts federal data at risk. Similar lawsuits have targeted other institutions, such as Georgia Tech, for mishandling sensitive information. Now, I have to say, this is a subject that is near and dear to my heart. I have spent the last several months pouring through tons and tons. I think we're up to 70 to 80 pages of documentation now for our CMMC certification for my company. So the rules, regulations, and adherence to cybersecurity rules is quite close to my heart right now. This also signifies the high stakes of cybersecurity compliance for federal contractors. A large percentage of my company's business comes from federal contracts. And if you fail to be compliant with the respective requirements for your contracts, you just don't get the contracts at this point moving forward, which, as long as you play by the rules, you should be fine. And even if you don't play by the rules, if you don't want to or have the resources to go through the expense of getting your certifications, then just don't take the federal contracts and just do commercial work. Under most circumstances, that's usually not an issue, unless the majority of your work comes from government contracts. The one thing this also emphasizes is proactive versus reactive when it comes to cybersecurity strategies. Penn State's failure to take corrective actions after acknowledging cybersecurity deficiencies is a critical lesson for all businesses. Once you're caught on the carpet, you have to fix it. You shouldn't be to the point where you're that far out of compliance to begin with, if you're claiming compliance. But once you're called for being out of compliance, it's not just a convenience, right? They're not having you do this just for the fun of it or just to be a pain in the neck. Cybersecurity helps your business. It's not just there to protect federal data, federal information. It's there to protect you too. And given the number of ransomware attacks and network intrusions that we're seeing here, you would think that most companies would want to protect themselves from it. Cybersecurity preparation is no different than a burglar alarm system or a fire alarm system or insurance on your building. I mean, these are all things that you put in place in a traditional business to protect your business, and cybersecurity is no different. It's another layer of protection because everything is computerized, and as a result, that's another vector in which your company can be threatened. Now, this did come from a whistleblower lawsuit, and that whistleblower followed all the proper procedures to try to reach internal accountability. So there was a lot of, and I don't want to say, I mean, this is a pending court case, so I don't want to say that there's a lot of illegal intent here. I can't really speak to intent, but there was a deliberate effort to cover up the deficiencies once they were found. And given that, I have to conclude that there was probably malicious intent to portray compliance with these things. And we've even seen that in our industry, in my industry, where we engage in an external cybersecurity company to come in and help us get through our early phases of DFARS compliance. And it was expensive, I'm not going to lie. We spent a lot of money, a lot of time. We put a plan together. We were compliant, and that allowed us to get contracts. But at that time, it was all self-attestation. We audited ourselves. We determined whether or not we were compliant based on documentation. And there wasn't a need for a third-party audit. The industry is obviously moving away from that now to add some legitimacy to the claims. But back then, people couldn't afford to do the things that we did to be compliant, so they would just check the box. And nobody was checking on them. Nobody was following up on them. Nobody was looking for any level of compliance. And you had a boatload of smaller companies that were kind of checking that box and making claims that were not real, which is fraudulent. And nowadays, you can't do that. And this lawsuit is a great example of that. So our next story comes to us from the Associated Press. Whispering Errors: How AI Hallucinations Shake Trust in Healthcare Transcriptions. OpenAI's transcription tool Whisper, touted for its accuracy, has been found to produce fabricated content or hallucinations, according to multiple software engineers and researchers. These errors range from misinterpreted speech to dangerous inventions, such as violent language and non-existent medical treatments. Particularly concerning is Whisper's use in medical settings where accurate transcription of patient consultations is crucial. Hospitals and health systems have adopted the tool to reduce the burden of note-taking on medical providers, despite OpenAI's warnings against using Whisper in high-risk domains like healthcare. Experts are calling for stricter regulations on AI and better safeguards to prevent such hallucinations from causing harm, particularly in critical sectors. Moreover, the privacy concerns around Whisper's use of medical environments are escalating. Patients and lawmakers are wary of the potential misuse of sensitive consultation data, as seen when a California state lawmaker refused to sign a health network's form that allowed tech companies to access her child's doctor visit recordings. The lack of original audio recordings in some transcription systems further complicates the ability to verify the accuracy of these AI-generated transcripts, raising significant issues in both privacy and accuracy. And we've known for a long time now that AI reliability and accuracy is questionable, right? And this has to do a lot with the models, that we're using, as well as the prompt engineering that goes into building these, and any additional reference material that we provide. There's an inherent risk of inaccuracy anytime you're engaging in algorithmic outputs or consultations. Using these in a medical setting is really dangerous. I mean, you've got privacy implications to deal with. They're talking about Whisper because Whisper does real-time transcription, so you don't have a recording that you can then run through a transcription service, but still have the original recording. So you're trusting real-time transcription, the AI in this case, without having the ability to go back and verify it from a recording. This push for stricter AI regulations is kind of, it's one of those where it's needed. It probably will be needed, but we're nowhere near ready to start writing that type of regulation. AI itself is still really in its infancy. It hasn't really gained the foothold that it's probably going to gain. It hasn't reached its peak yet at this point in time, so it's still developing, and it's developing rapidly between hardware and software and the models. So there's a lot more development that has to go into this before it even stabilizes to something that's going to be what we recognize as the future of AI. So to try to regulate it at this point in time, I think is dangerous. The one thing you do need in a medical transcription service is trust. Now, this isn't just a AI concern. I years ago was seeing a cardiologist, and he would dictate all of his notes into a recorder, or actually into a computer, using at the time Dragon Dictate. And that would transpose everything for him, and then he would send his notes over to his staff to be added into users' files and so forth. Well, he would do this in his office that was between 3 exam rooms. And I guess he was not using the highest quality microphone because he was practically shouting these notes. So you could sit in one of the exam rooms and hear everything he said, which in and of itself is a security violation that has nothing to do with AI. So this idea of convenience over security is a constant struggle. I want to be able to just talk and something happens. I want instant gratification. Well, sometimes that doesn't work when you need to have security involved here. And AI is just the next step. It's that next tool of how they can get more convenience without having to worry about security. So that's kind of a scary thing that we're dealing with there. But with anything with AI nowadays, AI is questionable and needs to be verified. So if you don't have recordings, like for instance, when I record the podcast, I take the audio from this, I run it through the transcription services built into Adobe Premiere, and I get a transcription. I can then go back through that transcription, look at where it's at in the program itself, and see if the words are actually accurate. And until we have a much more reliable set of AI tools, I think that's the kind of verification process that needs to be in place. If you don't do that, you're really risking having dangerous things in your AI output. Our next story comes to us from The Record. Rebel Russians forking around with Linux. Russia has expressed strong opposition to the removal of several Russian maintainers from their Linux kernel, calling it, quote, an act of discrimination and signaling plans to develop its own independent Linux community. In response to these delistings, Russia's digital ministry announced intentions to collaborate with nations willing to engage in alternative open source development efforts. The move comes after the Linux community blocked 11 Russian maintainers, citing compliance with sanctions related to national security concerns. While the contributions of Russian developers to the Linux kernel are considered relatively minor, the decision has raised concerns about trust within the Linux developer community. Experts suggest that the removal could lead to the creation of Russian-led forks of the Linux kernel, potentially splintering the open source ecosystem. This follows broader trends of sanctions affecting Russian tech companies, including previous incidents involving Russian developers on platforms like GitHub. So we did run into a situation similar to this, or at least related to this, back when the most recent conflicts between Russia and the Ukraine happened, where there were at least one, possibly more shared libraries up on GitHub that were maintained by, I think it was a Ukrainian developer. And what that developer did was he maliciously modified the library to do an IP scan to see where the developer was who was using it. And if the IP originated from within Russia, it would do something nefarious. And I don't remember the details. But that seriously drew into question the reliability and the trustworthiness of having these shared libraries. And we're running into the same thing with Linux here. Russia's reaction to just about anything is isolation at this point. They've got their magic button that they can take themselves off the internet. It gets too inconvenient for them. They're trying to build their own internet themselves and with some of their other allies. So this next chapter of that isolation really isn't surprising at all. What's unfortunate is you could potentially have a significant impact on the global open source community. If every country starts siloing off all of its developers and networks and code and everything else, the internet ceases to be the internet. And you basically break the internet. I'm not sure that's the right way to go. I suspect what Russia's doing is more of a knee-jerk reaction than anything. But what this also does is it complicates software governance as well. If you're going to have multiple bodies of standards that dictate how software's written and governed and maintained and modified, then you're competing with political requirements and regional requirements and even ethnic requirements to a certain extent. And you're opening up a can of worms that just nothing good is going to come out of it. The role of sanctions and national security becomes an issue. The United States is really clamping down on a lot of international computing standards right now. There's this ridiculous push to ban TikTok. You've got this list of approved or unapproved vendors that are primarily Chinese that the federal government won't allow you to do business with those companies if you have federal contracts. And a lot of this, despite the fact, and McAfee's another example where they've banned McAfee in the country, the idea of politicizing computers and the internet and software is a dangerous thing. It really is. The internet itself is an excellent tool for anybody to use, regardless of where you are in the world regionally. But it's also a fantastic tool for collaboration and to bring people together. And you've got governments now that are trying to politicize it to the point that it becomes a political point in and of itself. And that's unfortunate. And we should not allow our elected leaders, well, and I say elected leaders in the United States, I'm pretty sure they're not really elected in Russia, but we shouldn't allow our political leadership to dictate technology policy that they don't understand. And frankly, they don't. You may have some people in the government that have some expertise, but they have very little concern about the future impact and development of technology when they can't get past their own politics. So we'll see. I don't think you're going to get a lot of buy-in from the world community for a Russian forked version of Linux. So if anything, it'll be probably a one-off, used, limited, but I don't think any of this bodes well for the technology community. So we're going to take our last break here, and when we come back, we're going to continue our discussion with Howard Dortch that we've had a couple segments with so far. We'll be right back.
Are you tired of your favorite gaming podcast finishing with a play?
Oh no!
Well, check out No Credits Rolled, where we play the games but rarely finish them. How's it going, folks? I'm Sam Whalen, your friendly host at No Credits Rolled, the ultimate gaming podcast, where we dish out the latest scoops and reviews on all your beloved video games.
Hey, listen.
Not only that, but we spice things up with some guest interviews and even give you, yes, you, a chance to have your say. Tune in every other week for a fresh dose of No Credits Rolled, available on all major podcast platforms, and hit us up on social media at No Credits Rolled. So why wait? Let's dive into the gaming world together, where finishing games is optional, but the fun is guaranteed.
Welcome back to Insights into Technology. In part 3 of our interview with industry icon Howard Dortch, we dive deeper into some of the headline-grabbing topics in the technology world and get his insightful take on the future of technology. So you're officially retired now, is that correct?
Absolutely.
How are you enjoying retirement?
I play video games. I stay away from the wife. Well, she has her TV shows that she likes to watch, Ghosts and Bigfoot and that kind of thing.
Sure.
And so she and I have an agreement that long about 7:30, 8 o'clock, she gets to watch all the crazy TV she wants, and I get to come play video games.
That sounds like a good deal. It sounds like a happy marriage there.
Yeah. Well, we spend a lot of time together, and, it's nice to get away from each other for a while. And she enjoys her time alone. I enjoy my time playing video games. And, we meet up later on and talk about our day.
Nice.
And she'll poke her head in every now and then to bring me coffee. And, are you fighting? Because if you're not fighting, I want to kiss, and she'll kiss me and leave the room. So
just to set the record straight, Howard and I know each other from actually our Star Wars Old Republic gaming group that we were together with. Unfortunately, I've stopped playing the game myself. I kind of lost interest in it. But you're still going strong in there, are you not?
Well, yeah, like I said, it's it's a couple hours of entertainment. I get to talk to some people. I log into Discord and tell jokes, have some fun. It's entertainment. I get tired of watching TV.
Yeah. Well, and you are quite the entertainer online too. You really you keep people laughing, so I have to give you props for that too.
I've had my moments.
So looking forward now, okay? So we've certainly established your credentials as being an expert in the industry, gaming and programming and everything else. What to you does the future of gaming look like? Because the technology now has jumped leaps and bounds. We're looking at now. We talked about the early days of Voodoo cards, which, by the way, 3DFX produced the Voodoo card.
3DFX, yep.
And they were actually a company that was put together by a couple of guys from Silicon Graphics that made the old toasters and all the video editing boxes. But nowadays, you go out and you look at what the latest video cards cost now. You're looking at $2,500 for a top-of-the-line video card, which is more than most people pay for an entire gaming system. Is it getting to the point where it's prohibitively expensive to continue this technology push for gaming?
Well, not really. Most game companies design to the lowest. I want to say the lowest available consumer market.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, the minimum is what the computer stores are selling. So if they can design to that level, if you want a greater experience, you can spend the money and get, you can see pimples on your character if you want,
Right.
But for people that just want to play a video game, the computers, the video cards, the monitors, you can use stuff that is just not top of the line and get a good experience. But some people, and this is like everybody in the world, you have a group of people that they want some entertainment and they will buy into it so far. And then you have another group of people that they absolutely have to have the biggest, bestest, fastest, greatest, bluest thing that there is, and they have the money to buy that. So the people, the hardware manufacturers, see that as they want more. They want more and more and more. So let's build more and more and more because we're making a lot of money off of those upper end machines.
Right.
The bottom end machines, what they call the value machines. Like I'm probably playing on a value machine. It was top of the line 6-8 years ago, but now it's probably a $600-800 value machine.
Right.
But it plays Star Wars just fine.
Sure. Well, and in all fairness, Star Wars runs off of a fairly old game engine. They've done some updates. They finally brought it up to 64-bit and stuff like that, but it's not overly demanding.
The base is still DirectX 9.
Yeah.
They're going to, from what I hear, they're going to upgrade it to 11 or whatever. But the game itself, they're not even using. They're probably using 75% of DirectX's capabilities.
Mm-hmm.
DirectX can do a lot more than they're using the Hero engine, I think.
Hero, yeah.
For Star Wars.
Yeah.
So the Hero engine is not taking advantage of all that DirectX can do at this point. DirectX 9C. I know because I programmed it. not DirectX, but I do have code in it. But the capability of DirectX 9 is a lot greater than people give it credit for. 11, 12, 13 on up. What does it offer? It offers probably, like I said, you can see pimples on your character.
Yeah.
If that's a thing, okay. But it's speed. They brag about, I'm getting 100 frames a second. Well, why? Your eye can only discern 24.
Right.
30 frames a second. There's nothing wrong with 30 frames a second. 60 is better somehow, but 30 is good. I'm running 60.
And you get into like the DirectX 12 line, and some of the advancements they made in there was the direct memory access and stuff like that. So it's faster processing, not necessarily faster frames. So you'll get more pixels because they're trying to drive, back in the old days, you're driving 640 resolution monitors, then we're doing 1080, and now you're trying to drive 4K and 8K displays. There's a lot of computational power that has to go into driving that many pixels on screen at once. And then games like Star Wars and stuff, you get in the depth of field and how many characters you can render and stuff like that. So there's a lot of optimizations from that, but you're right. I don't have to go out and spend $2,500 on a video game card, a GPU to do this type of stuff. I've always been the type of person. I'm one of those idiots who goes out and buys the top of the line stuff just so I can have the top of the line stuff, even though I may only use 50% of that processing power.
Well, and a lot of it comes down to the fact that you can.
True.
The economy has gotten to the point where, all right, what is top of the line, and what does that cost? What does it look like? Is $3,000 something that I'm willing to pay for, not only would I use it for video games, but, streaming Netflix or whatever. Is that something that's going to enhance that experience?
Right.
Possibly. So, and then people look at it like, I'm going to spend the $3,000 now, and that computer will be good for the next 6 or 8 years. I won't have to buy another computer for 6 or 8 years.
Right. The future proofing aspect of buying, comes into play there. I mean, the system that I'm doing this podcast on now was a gaming system that I had 8 years ago, I think now, and it's still going strong. And it's the first generation i9 processor in there, and I future proofed it with all the systems that I tend to buy, just so I don't have to keep going out and buying new systems every year.
Yeah, there's that. That's part of the environment. There's some people that just can't afford it, but really like to play. So they're going to be value market. And, the companies are smart. I won't mention which ones, but they're smart enough to know, they figure out what the minimum computer is going to be to enjoyably run Final Fantasy or Star Wars or some of those games. And then what they'll do is they'll put it on sale.
Mm-hmm.
And, so the industry, the people that are making the hardware understand the industry. The people that are selling the hardware understand it. And consumers are, if I can spend $1,000 and play this game, I'll be real happy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So you spent close to 10 years, just shy of 10 years, shaping the minds of the youth of today to be video game developers. What advice, and I ask this in general for the audience, but I also ask it personally because my daughter, she's a senior in high school now. She's actually going to be going to college next year. And she's shown an interest in wanting to do video game development. So she's looking at a couple places to do that kind of work at. What advice could you give to an aspiring developer or a video game designer that would be advice that they can take with them moving forward in their careers academically and professionally?
Well, there's like 3 parts to that. One part is the programming side. If you're comfortable with the programming and you like to do the software, Windows and DirectX or Apple, I think it's I can't remember the
Swift.
I don't do Apple much, so whatever the Apple version is, there's a technology out now. I can't remember, Volcano or something like Vulkan, I think, is trying to be a universal language. But if you get into the software part of it, learn to code C++. Learn the hard code. Everybody thinks that you can buy a game engine like Unity and just use Perl or Ruby or whatever fun code they use. Learn to actually program in C++. The second part of it is the artwork. For the artist, the biggest, hardest thing to do is textures. The texture artist is worth his weight in gold. You can build the models. The models are fairly easy. Here's a model, but trying to put the texture on the model and make the textures look realistic. So artwork is the other part of it. And the middle part, which is a really boring part, is learn to write. English. It's stories, English. You can't have a video game without a storyline.
Yeah.
You got to have a complete storyline. So the writers practice, make a movie. Give me the dialogue. Everybody is going to speak all the way through a movie or, a short movie. And you'll start seeing where you walk up to an NPC and the NPC asks you a question, you have to respond, somehow. And you get a quest and you have to go off and do it, and you come back and you talk to the NPC. Those words were designed by somebody.
Right.
You can't have a girl NPC standing there and talk like a man, right? I mean, it's
well, nowadays you probably could.
Yeah, well, but I was trying to think of a quick example of that, but the type of character, you got a troll, an ogre, a male, a female, so here are these different varieties of NPCs. You have to learn to actually write the conversations for all of them. And you got to have a story. You got to have the conversation within the story. So writing becomes a very important part of game design. Designing the code, the what we call the pixel pusher, to make the engine, show the characters, the artwork that you send over to the programmers to put in the game. But if there's no story, it's not a game.
Yeah. One of the games that I've been playing recently, and in fact, my entire family, I've got into playing it, is Baldur's Gate 3. And you're right in that the story is really what drives everything. And for me, Baldur's Gate 3 has been amazing because it's the first game where, so there's 3 acts in Baldur's Gate 3, and you interact with characters recurringly in each act. And depending on how you interact with a character determines how you interact with them and how they interact with you later on. And I've done 14 playthroughs of the game now, the base story itself. And I've yet to experience the same thing on 14 playthroughs, which to me just blows my mind. It really does, that you could have that kind of sophistication and variety, almost like it's a real world involvement that you have, but it's so story driven. And you made a comment earlier that, you like to watch Netflix, but you play video games so you can have your own movie. And video games today literally are a movie that you're a part in. You're a character in that movie.
Yep. Well, and what you're talking about is basically an AI state machine.
Mm-hmm.
We knew how to do AI a long time ago. It's a big thing now. Everybody's saying, "Oh, AI is being released." We knew how to do it. It's no secret, no mystery.
Right.
We just didn't have the horsepower.
Yeah.
To do it to any length. You remember Radio Shack? I think the TRS-80 ELIZA program.
Yep.
Yeah, you talk to it, and it would talk back to you.
Yeah.
That was a basic, what they call a state-driven AI. And so where do you go from there? And I'm going to spoil all video games for you. Well, not all of them, but a lot of them. Take Star Wars, EverQuest, World of Warcraft, take any of them, all of them. You're with a group, you go into a dungeon, and there's a monster in there, and it takes 2 healers, 2 tanks, and 4 DPS, and the healers have to do this, and the tanks have to do that, and the off tank has to grab the ads. It's all fixed.
Mm-hmm.
Everything is fixed. If you do it that way, the puzzle, the what I call the choreography, if you do it just that way, you'll win the fight. If if your healer takes 1 step to the left and steps in something gooey and dies, up, you start over.
Right.
What we really wanted to do back then, and this is back then, what we really wanted to do is you go into the cave, and first time you go in the cave, the dragon's facing east. The second time you go into the cave, the dragon might be facing west or south or north. The ads may or may not come from the south. may or may not come from the East. The ads may be flying ads one time. Next time you go in, they're running dog things. So that's what we really wanted to do, because that would enhance the experience of the user.
Right.
The user could go in and say, I wonder what we're going to face this time. The boss could be a little bit stronger, a little bit weaker. The boss could understand your group makeup. These guys are all super players. Let's make it a little bit harder for them.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the intelligence that we wanted to put in. But we didn't have the horsepower or the time. Everybody is always pushed for a deadline for release on a game. They just don't have the time to add that little fluff in there.
Right.
That I would really like to see in video games like Star Wars. It's when you go, I've gone through the dungeon so many times, I can almost do them all in my sleep.
Well, it's funny you put it that way, because that's really what turned me off from playing Star Wars. Was I just got sick and tired of the grind. I got sick and tired of doing the same thing every time you go in and do this boss. Depending on the only thing that was different was the group that you went in with. So if you went in with a pug and you went in there with guys that you didn't know what they could do, they would make it interesting, and that was the only thing that really made going in and doing dungeons interesting. Was what stupid thing the guy next to me was going to do. You know?
Yeah.
But the fights were all the same. And as long as you knew how to do the dance moves and you knew where to step and when to step there, you could beat the fights. And to me, that lack of randomness just got too grinding to me.
Well, see, then you go into hard mode where it's the same fight, only harder.
Right. It's more steps and more health that you have to overcome. And
there's a big yellow thing appears where it didn't in easy mode.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, like I said, the game companies are, we need to get a product to market so that we can make money. I mean, that's their whole sole purpose in life, is to make money.
Yeah.
Now, I haven't played Baldur's Gate, but from what you're saying, it sounds interesting. So in order to get this product put to market, my zone builders or my programmers, I can't have them wasting time on randomizing the encounters. They need to get this game put out and making me some money.
Yeah.
And that's the downfall of most of the video games nowadays. I would rather play a game. I'm totally happy with the graphics in Star Wars. I'm just happy as I can be. If they add that randomness to the game would change perspective completely. I would, they would just suck people back into it. If I could get a hold of the people at Broadsword and suggest that to them, I mean, I'm not busy. I could code it for them. It's not that hard, I mean,
well, and it's funny you go that route, and then you look at some of the games that try to put that effort in, and you look at games like Cyberpunk or what was it, Starfield when it first came out, and the games, even the previous rendition of Diablo. When they tried to do all that, when the games came out, because of that artificial deadline that was imposed on the developers, the games just weren't ready to be released when they were releasing, and they were just completely unplayable. And you wind up turning your user base off.
Yeah, and the big thing for the developers, the producers, are let's get it out there and we'll patch it.
Yep. Yeah.
Well, every time they patch it, they break something.
Mm-hmm.
And that happened in EverQuest. It happened in World of Warcraft. It happened in Star Wars. Remember Star Wars Galaxies?
Yep.
That was a really fun game, but there was no game.
Yeah.
There was no game.
It was a world, is basically. You existed in a world.
It was a world. Yeah. I mean, you ran all the way, you fought your way, these giant bugs all the way down to the bottom of some god-awful cavern. And at the bottom, there's a lockbox and no key.
Mm-hmm.
And the key doesn't exist anywhere in the world.
Right.
What's the point of going down to open the box if you have no key? So, it's And Lord of the Rings, I mean, I played most all of them, and same thing. They just didn't spend enough time on the slightest amount of AI.
Yeah.
State-driven AI would be, randomized state-driven AI would be a great thing. And for games like this, it would be the future. People would just love it. Oh, the boss isn't there right now. He comes running out of a cave. Oh my God, this is all different. You got to see this. It's excitement. So that's where it should go.
Yeah. Well, and to their credit, the later, a couple of the later games of Lord of the Rings, and I can't remember the I'm trying to look it up now, the actual game titles. They had some AI in there in that you would build a relationship with the lesser bosses. So you'd encounter these lesser bosses, and depending on how you interacted with them, you'd wind up on really a hierarchy chart of how they respond to you. So when you encountered them later in the game, they remembered, oh, this guy poked my eye out, or this guy ran away so I can get him, stuff like that. So you had a little bit more intelligence in there, but it was never really enough to give it that realism that you're looking for.
Yeah, I can't remember the exact term, but it's weighing. You add a weight to an encounter.
Right.
You add a negative weight. Let's say you have a number from 0 to 100. All right, you start off at 50, you're neutral, and you go in and slap somebody in the face. Well, you've pissed them off, so now your level is 60.
Mm-hmm.
So that's adding a weight to the next time you come in with the encounter. That person is going to say, well, I don't like you 60's worth, not 50's worth, but now I don't like you 60 or 70's worth.
Right.
And like I said, that's the part of, how are we going to code that? And if we just spend a little time coding things just that way, most of the games would take on a whole new life.
Yeah.
But we don't have time because we got to push it out the door.
Yeah. And it's not just the software industry. It's any not just, the gaming industry, but any software industry, you tend to wind up with artificial deadlines that force you to kick it out the door before it's ready to go. And sometimes you run into situations. Right. And the problem is that nowadays, because of vulnerabilities and exploits, patching it after it's out the door oftentimes is more dangerous than just waiting the extra couple of months to do it right the first time.
Yeah, I agree.
So that's all we had for this week, folks. Before we do go, I want to take a moment once again to thank all of our listening and viewing audience. And again, if you do not currently subscribe, I invite you to do so. If you subscribe to Insights into Things, you can get all of our video and audio podcasts for all of our shows. And you can find us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, iHeartRadio, pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast. Check us out on Twitch. We stream 5 days a week at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. High-res versions of all of our videos can be found on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We'd love to hear from you. Reach out, give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. Or give us a call and leave a voicemail for us. We'll get you on the air if you'd like. You can call us at 856-403-8788. That's 856-403-8788. Or you can get links to all this and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the books.
insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Technology, a podcast exploring the latest in computers, networking, home automation, mobile computing, and all things technology related. Our hosts will take a deeper dive into the latest and greatest in tech trends and give you the information you need to enable your tech-centric world.
This is Insights into Technology, Episode 5. Actions Have Consequences. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and this is the tech news for this week. First up, we have an article from The Record. Proposed rules ban U.S. companies from selling sensitive data. The Biden administration has formally proposed new regulations that would restrict the sale and transfer of sensitive personal data, such as health, financial, and geolocation data, to 6 adversarial nations: China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, Cuba, and Venezuela. Executive Order 14117 is aimed at addressing severe national security risks posed by potential data breaches and cyber espionage. These rules aim to address national security risks by foreign actors exploiting bulk data to carry out cyber attacks and espionage. The new regulations set strict thresholds for data transactions and impose compliance requirements based on cybersecurity frameworks, with exemptions for certain telecommunications and clinical trial data. Though with congressional and presidential elections just weeks away, there's doubt as to whether there will be any forward movement on the bill this year. So this is another instance of what I popularly rail against: unfunded mandates by the government. Now, that's not to say that this isn't a necessary step in ensuring cybersecurity. However, there are implications in proposing this type of regulation that will have an impact on multiple industries that wind up being affected by this. The first thing that we have to worry about is the increased operational costs. In order to maintain these types of bans and to put the housekeeping tools in place that are needed in order to ensure that these regulations are actually adhered to, there's going to be a cost associated with that for infrastructure. This is also going to have an effect on global data flow. Right now, the internet doesn't have borders, despite the fact that Russia and China would like you to think that it does. So anytime that you're doing geo-blocking or everyone does geo-blocking for safety reasons. But anytime that you're proposing regulations like this in where you are basically restricting not even just certain countries, but certain types of data to certain countries, it has a negative impact. There are interconnectivity considerations that need to be worked out to make sure that we're not breaking systems in the process of this. Obviously, cybersecurity is at the forefront of the motivation for this, but there's a very good chance that when you impose these types of restrictions on organizations who are either not capable of adhering to them or don't have the resources to ensure that they're handled properly, you could cause an even worse situation from a cybersecurity standpoint. Now, there are significant risks to cyber espionage that we've seen already between just recently information leaking on Israel's planned retaliation against Iran for their attacks. But you get this a lot with industrial espionage with Defense Department documents and drawings and information like that. So it's a definite concern, but it's another one of these kind of heavy-handed ways of the federal government trying to protect things in a knee-jerk reaction. The other problem that you run into is it's a couple of weeks before an election, and this is a Biden administration initiative. There's a good chance that a Harris administration would follow through with this, but it's not a guarantee. And chances are anything that Biden is doing here, if Trump comes back to office, he's not going to do any of this, which, at that point in time, we're kind of back to square one. So there's a lot that needs to wash out from this. The one, I guess, positive takeaway from this is the fact that the federal government is recognizing this information is leaking. The kind of inside joke here is that it's not just these countries, these adversarial countries that this information is leaking to. This information is leaking to data brokers like NPD. It's leaking to social media companies like Meta and X. So there's a lot of other layers in which the security of this information is being compromised. And the federal government only seems interested in looking at a very small subsector of where this information is being offloaded to. So a lot more work needs to be done. The next article that we have here comes to us from TechCrunch, and they tell us that the SEC is cracking down on misleading cybersecurity disclosures following the SolarWinds attack. The Securities and Exchange Commission has charged 4 companies for making misleading disclosures about the 2019 SolarWinds data breach. The affected companies, Checkpoint, Mimecast, Unisys, and Avaya, are facing penalties ranging from $990,000 to $4 million for downplaying the impact of the breaches. The SEC stated that these companies provided investors with insufficient information regarding the true scope of the cyber attacks. While all companies cooperated with the investigation, they neither admitted nor denied the SEC's findings. The violations varied among the companies, with Avaya failing to disclose the extent of data access, Checkpoint using vague descriptions of the breach, Mimecast minimizing the attack severity, and Unisys treating the breach as a hypothetical event. Sanjay Wada, acting director of the SEC's Division of Enforcement, emphasized the importance of transparency from companies affected by cyber attacks to protect shareholders and the public from further harm. So this is a significant issue. There are numerous cybersecurity frameworks that are in use in different parts of the world. The U.S. tends to adhere to NIST standards. Most of your European countries tend to adhere to ISO standards. But each of these frameworks has an incident response plan built into them. And that incident response plan basically dictates who you communicate, how you communicate, when you communicate, and how much you communicate. And they're pretty much all consistent across the board with some minor variations. And the frameworks only work when you adhere to these disclosure rules and the other rules that are obviously built into these frameworks. So when you have a situation where you have companies that are being breached in what turns out to be very public breaches, and they're clearly aware of what the notification process is. Because if they weren't aware of it, they wouldn't have skirted it the way that they did with, I wouldn't even say a delicate touch. I mean, they very deliberately avoided a public disclosure of factual information. which is almost conspiratorial in the way that it was handled. But what this does is it heightens the concern about the honesty that you're getting from these companies now. Anytime a company does have a breach, a lot of times if it's involving personally identifiable information, you typically don't hear about it until months or years later, after the fact, that after all that information is out the door already in the hands of nefarious evildoers, we'll say. And the consequence of that type of information is usually, monitoring of your credit report or whatever, which a year after the fact doesn't really help you all that much. So the ability to actually have this information in a timely manner and in an accurate manner so that the end users or the clients or customers or whoever's involved in the breach has the ability to do what they need to do to protect themselves is critical. And it's one of the fundamental aspects of these cybersecurity frameworks. The other problem that you run into is you're undermining your investor confidence and you're shirking your corporate responsibility. Now, in cases like this, there's legal ramifications. In other cases, it's reputational loss, or it could be a loss of revenue, or it could be taking a significant loss on the share price, which doesn't just impact the management of the company, it impacts all the investors. So there's a lot of secondary casualties that happen when we don't deal with these disclosures in a timely and factual manner. The other problem you run into is the people that are downstream from you have their own cybersecurity adherence that they have to comply with. And for my company, for instance, if one of my upstream vendors or suppliers has a breach, I need to be notified about it so I can obviously take the necessary steps to protect my organization, but also to protect the people that are downstream from me as well. And when this chain of communication is broken or distorted, as it was in this case here, you've now put all of those other entities at a higher risk of exposure and damage. So clearly there's legal responsibility that has to be looked at in this case here. And it also emphasizes the shift now towards cybersecurity governance and accountability. There's more outside pressure. There are numerous governing bodies that would police this type of thing, not the least of which is the federal government. And ultimately, what you're doing is you're jeopardizing your relationships with your vendors and your partners with this when you are not honest with it. And that's not even to say your own customers, because clearly you're violating the trust of your customers. But you have typically some type of arrangement in place already for reporting this type of thing to your vendors and your partners. And when you deliberately violate that trust, you're significantly jeopardizing their safety and that relationship. So while it's not surprising to see the federal government stepping in to handle this type of thing, what's really disturbing and disappointing on numerous levels is that you have companies that are deliberately trying to manipulate the information that's released in a way that doesn't make them look bad, which ultimately that truth is going to come out and make them look even worse. So they gain nothing from the misdirection. Next up is an article from CNN. This one is again, social media back in the headlines again. Users' data is now fueling AI and what you need to know. X's newly unveiled terms of service, set to take effect on November 15th, has sparked controversy by allowing the platform to use user-generated content to train its artificial intelligence models. This includes a wide range of content posted on X, from tweets to personal photos, raising concerns among artists and creators who fear their work could be used to power AI that may replace human creativity. Additionally, users are worried about the use of their personal information in AI training, and justifiably so. X's update also specifies that any legal disputes will be handled in courts located in Tarrant County, Texas, a venue favored by conservative activists, further fueling concerns about user rights. With similar data sharing practices exist across many social platforms, X's terms uniquely remove ambiguity by clearly stating that the user content can be used for AI development. Prior to this change, users could opt out of sharing their data for AI purposes, but it's unclear whether that option will remain available under the new terms. So, on one hand, you can give X credit for being transparent about their intentions, which gives all the users the option at that point in time to opt out of using that service, which officially I have personally. And the podcast has distanced itself from X at this point in time and probably will be removing itself from X in conjunction with this and recent changes to blocking rules that they've implemented. So the problem that you're running into here, and there's a lot of different problems, obviously, but we talk about data governance challenges for businesses. A lot of businesses use X for marketing and self-promotion and stuff and so forth. A lot of companies also use it to communicate in a timely and open way to their customers to get messaging out. I know not that long ago, we had some storms blow through here. We lost power, and the local power company was communicating. At the time, it was Twitter before it became X, but they were communicating real-time updates through that, which was very helpful to the users. The problem that you run into with the possibility, almost a guarantee, that your information is going to be used for AI processing is if you put proprietary information out there, that proprietary information is now being gobbled up for AI and large language models and becomes a data governance issue and a security issue, which ultimately can lead to legal risks if you have information out there that's being ingested into an AI that can then either be manipulated or regurgitated in manners that your company is not prepared for. Let's not even talk about the ethical implications of misusing users' data here without their permission. If they remove the opt-out ability, they're basically hijacking your information, your personal data, and your communications and posts and preferences and usage data, which makes it very difficult to maintain corporate compliance when you've got companies' data that's out there now that's going to be used for this as well. This is a good example of why people tend to be so concerned about AI and AI governance, because data is money. And I think everyone understands at this point in time, if you're not paying for a service, you are the business model of that service. So your data, your habits, where you visit it, scrubbing the cookies out of your browser, all these things are all information that can now be ingested into this AI. And your information is now being used in ways that you don't want it to be used. So they're going to run down a very slippery slope here if they remove the opt-out ability, or at least make it more ambiguous than it is at this point in time. And I think you're seriously going to jeopardize the role of your users who are businesses as well. I don't think businesses can afford to operate in an environment where their data is not being respected and their data wishes are not being respected. So I think this is going to have a negative impact on X, but it's it's kind of been run into the ground since Musk has taken over anyway. So this really doesn't surprise me that this is the next move in that downward spiral to the gutter. So that was our first couple stories we have there. Before we move on, though, I do want to take a moment to invite the listening and viewing audience, if you don't already do so, subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio and video versions of this and all of our podcasts listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Apple, Spotify, Google, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, and so forth. I would also invite you to reach out, give us some feedback. You can call in, leave a voicemail for us. The number is 856-403-8788. That's 856-403-8788. Leave us a message. If you want us to get that comment up on the air, we can certainly do so. Just mention it in the message when you leave it. You can also email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. Or you can find links to all that and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. And we'll be right back with more technology news.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Technology. Our next article comes to us from the Associated Press. Russia is behind the Tim Walz disinformation campaign. U.S. intelligence officials have confirmed that groups in Russia were behind a viral disinformation campaign targeting Democratic vice presidential candidate Tim Walz. The campaign spread false accusations about Walz's time as a teacher using manipulated content linked to Russian disinformation operations. This marks the latest effort by Russia to undermine Democratic campaigns and sow discord ahead of the U.S. elections. Federal authorities stopped short of concluding that artificial intelligence was used to create the video, though it showed clear signs of manipulation. Alongside Russia, both China and Iran have also been involved in disinformation efforts, though there's no indication of significant threats to election infrastructure. However, officials assure that improved security measures make foreign interference unlikely to alter the election results. Now, it's tough to avoid political stories this time of year. We're, 2 weeks from an election at this point in time. And this type of news, unfortunately, is not surprising given what we've seen in the last couple of presidential elections. It does signify the growing threat of digital manipulation. I mean, we've seen everything from deep fakes on conference calls to an increase in phishing sophistication with AI injection into that process. And it also shows the next danger of AI and disinformation. And I don't think it comes as a surprise to anybody that AI is a significant tool in disinformation. anytime you can take existing information, manipulate it in such a way as to make it look convincing and then put it out there for the public, it's a disinformation tool at that point in general. With AI is supercharging that ability with its vast sample size of text to work with, its ability to create natural language responses. It just makes it much easier. Instead of having a hammer to put a nail on the wall, I've got a sledgehammer. You can knock it in one shot. This does also highlight the enterprise vulnerability to disinformation campaigns. This is political in nature, obviously, but this could easily be done in a corporate mentality or corporate world to manipulate stock prices, adjust customer satisfaction levels, or even to put out misinformation about executives that can cause controversial issues that further affect the stock price and performance. Trust is becoming a much more rare commodity now, I think, in information systems. And AI is playing a part in that, unfortunately. There needs to be updates in our defense mechanisms. That's really one of the biggest things that we have to worry about right now is we need real-time defenses. Our real-time defenses that we had before were virus scanning and email scanning and so forth. But you almost need to have an AI defense mechanism in place that's scrubbing everything that comes in. And you can only do that with AI, which is kind of the irony behind the whole thing, is that AI needs to be fighting AI at this point in time. Otherwise, there's no way you're going to establish trust in any of your information systems moving forward. But this does speak to the broader cybersecurity landscape and the challenges that we face now. It's not just about social engineering. It's not just about stopping phishing campaigns or malicious software. It's literally stopping misinformation that is then used to fuel all of those other mechanisms. It's so much easier now with AI to conduct social engineering attacks and convince people that emails and requests and money transfers are more legit now than ever before. And I really think the only way we're going to combat that is with a defensive AI working for us rather than these aggressive AIs working against us. So it's going to, time will tell how well we come out after this. I think I have confidence in our election system still. I think most Americans are smart enough to see through a lot of the propaganda and a lot of the nefarious people that are trying to interfere with the elections at this point in time. At least I hope they do. We'll see in a few weeks. Our next article up is from Engadget. This one talks about AI meeting journalism. OpenAI and Microsoft invest in newsroom innovation. Just when you thought AI couldn't get more scary. OpenAI and Microsoft have announced $10 million in grants to support AI-powered journalism initiatives. The funding will be distributed to news organizations such as Chicago Public Media, the Minnesota Star Tribune, Newsday, the Philadelphia Inquirer, and the Seattle Times. Each outlet will receive an AI fellow for 2 years to explore ways to implement AI technologies and improve business sustainability. This initiative comes as both companies face legal battles from media outlets accusing them of using content for AI modeling training without permission. Despite these tensions, some publications like Condé Nast have reached licensing agreements with OpenAI. OpenAI and Microsoft are each contributing $2.5 million in direct funding and $2.5 million in software credits. The project is being executed in collaboration with the Lenfest Institute of Journalism, with a second round of grants expected for additional publications. So, right, more AI, right? What could possibly go wrong? Well, at least they're trying to use this in a way that's creative at this point. And again, this is not we're not looking at an adversarial type of use here, but one of the concerns that we have right now with AI is, well, obviously plagiarism, but also digital rights management. So you have a lot of AI models out there right now that are sampling everything that's in the public domain, some things that maybe even behind paywalls. And they're drawing on all that to generate what their AI generates. And you've got a lot of creative entities and artists out there who are basically having their work plagiarized and stolen from them. And you've already had numerous stories of news organizations that are artificially creating content using AI. And we've had lawyers that have written case law and defenses based on AI generated legal case information that was pure fiction. And it went unchecked until it faced the scrutiny of a courtroom. So there's a significant push for how to properly use AI and how to fuel AI with content. AI is starved for content constantly, so you're seeing content come in from multiple angles. AI is a tool for innovation. I use it quite frequently. I'll have it reword emails for me to lighten the emails a little bit and make them a little more simplified if I'm communicating with non-technical people. I've used it extensively for research. I've used it for writing policies for some of my cybersecurity policies that had to be written. It's not something that you can just push a button and let it spit out what you need. It takes some effort. It takes, like with any tool, it needs to be used properly and it needs to be used for the right job. Kudos to Microsoft and OpenAI for going down this route and trying to get ahead of the curve, even though to a certain extent the genie's out of that bottle. But I think their focus on balancing innovation and intellectual property rights here, to a large extent, it's kind of covering themselves because they're the ones that are being accused of it right now. And I think to a significant extent, this is really just a redirection to try to get attention away from the negative things. I don't know how serious they are about this. I mean, $2.5 or $5 million drop in a bucket for OpenAI and for Microsoft. So they're clearly not putting themselves in the poorhouse with this effort. I really think this is just another example of the industry trying to self-regulate itself before the government steps in to clear things up. But we'll see. There's a lot that needs to kind of come out of this. This is a multi-year plan that they have here, and I don't doubt that good things will come out of this. But I don't really. OpenAI and Microsoft aren't striking me as being particularly altruistic with this. This is really kind of them trying to police themselves to save any agony they'd run into from the government. I could be wrong, but we'll see in time. Our next story comes to us from The Record. UK report on Cyber Essentials certification. The UK government is celebrating the success of its Cyber Essentials certification scheme, launched a decade ago, despite record levels of cyber attacks in the country. Cybersecurity Minister Ferial Clark highlighted that organizations with Cyber Essentials certifications are 92% less likely to file insurance claims compared to those without it, signaling the scheme's effectiveness. However, uptake remains slow, with fewer than 1% of eligible organizations having obtained certification as of February. Experts like Joseph Janecki from the Royal United Services Institute argue that while the scheme shows promise, its low adoption raises questions about its overall impact and value. To boost adoption, the UK government is pushing for large businesses to require their suppliers to adopt Cyber Essentials, a strategy supported by the country's biggest banks. This initiative may also be reinforced by the upcoming Cybersecurity and Resilience Bill, which aims to update UK cybersecurity laws and protect supply chains. While targeting larger economic players would drive greater adoption, experts warn that more aggressive regulation may be needed to ensure widespread implementation across the economy. Now, this one kind of hits pretty close to home for me because we call it something different, but one of the things that we're doing here in the U.S. is our cybersecurity maturity model, which is based on the NIST 800-171 standards, but it's customized a little bit more than that with its controls. They started out down this voluntary path, I'm going to say back in 2016, 2018, with the DFARS rulings that we had to adhere to. And they were all self-attested, self-audited initiatives that were compliance was required in order to land certain government jobs that required handling of covered unclassified information. The problem you run into there is it was expensive. You know, we paid significant amount of money to get to where we were with it. And we were pretty far along before CMMC came in. So it wasn't inexpensive to get there, and mom and pop shops, but you know, a lot of the smaller shops out there that are doing subcontracting work for the government couldn't afford to hire a reputable security firm like we did and implement a secure enclave like we did. So a lot of these companies, because it was self-reporting and self-auditing, simply checked the box to get the contracts that they wanted to get and continue to do business, and kind of largely ignored it until CMMC came along and the self-reporting and self-attestation aspect of it became a requirement, and the requirement for third-party auditing was brought into play here. And it started to be incorporated into federal contracts in the United States. And if you weren't compliant or had a path to compliance or showed an honest effort to be compliant or try to get compliant, you simply weren't getting these contracts anymore. The system isn't perfect the way it is now, but I absolutely see them going in that direction in the UK. You are not going to motivate people to take this stuff seriously when it's as expensive as it is, when all they have to do is check a box, or in this case, not even check a box because it's not a requirement. And I think once you put that requirement in there, you're going to start getting some level of compliance. And I guess the model that they're operating under here is primarily a trickle down type of mentality where you need your primes to take it seriously, and they need to flow those requirements down to subcontractors. But you're starting at the top, and you can start at the top because the people at the top are the ones that have the kind of IT budgets that are needed to do these things. You're inevitably going to reach a point as you trickle down, and sometimes not very far from the top, where you just don't have the budgets anymore. Early versions and early talk about CMMC 2.0 talked about having some type of program where you can file for cost reimbursements or, some way to lighten that financial burden. None of that has really come into play at this point in time yet. We haven't realized any of that or seen any of it yet. I don't hold out much hope of that. The federal government is generally not in the market of giving out funding for these mandates that they drop. I don't know. I'm not familiar with the market regulations in the UK as to whether or not they would put out any kind of incentive like that. Typically, it's a carrot and stick approach. The federal government here, it's mostly a stick approach, where if you don't do it, you're going to get punished for it. And I think if the UK takes that tack, they're going to have an uptick in adoption, but you're also going to cause a significant issue for a lot of your existing contractors, and you need to be ready to shake up your contractors at this point in time, and possibly put a lot of companies out of business that depend on those kind of government contracts if they can't adhere to your standards anymore. So there's definitely implications that need to be taken into consideration outside of the immediate cybersecurity concerns. That's it for the news section of this. We're going to take a quick break and we're going to come back and talk a little bit more technology. We'll be right back.
Are you tired of your favorite gaming podcast finishing with a play?
Oh, no!
Well, check out No Credits Rolled, where we play the games but rarely finish them. How's it going, folks? I'm Sam Whalen, your friendly host at No Credits Rolled, the ultimate gaming podcast, where we dish out the latest scoops and reviews on all your beloved video games.
Hey, listen.
Not only that, but we spice things up with some guest interviews and even give you, yes, you, a chance to have your say. Tune in every other week for a fresh dose of No Credits Rolled, available on all major podcast platforms, and hit us up on social media at No Credits Rolled. So why wait? Let's dive into the gaming world together, where finishing games is optional, but the fun is guaranteed.
Welcome back to Insights into Technology. We've finished up with our tech news of the week. I did want to continue. I had a chance to sit down last week with a good friend of mine, Howard Dortch. Howard is a industry expert. He's worked for Sony Online Entertainment as a developer. He worked for AMD. I know he was instrumental in the Athlon engineering, the Athlon project. He is a respected indie developer. He ended his career in academia, actually, teaching video game development at Shawnee University. And I had a chance to sit down with him. I've known Howard for about 10 years now or so. He's actually a friend from an online gaming community, my Star Wars The Old Republic gaming community. And he and I have known each other for about 10 years now. And he's always an educational and entertaining discussion. So we did part one of our interview last week. We're going to do part two of the interview this week, and we'll see how far we get. We may do a part three. But I give you Howard Dortch and his journey through the technology landscape.
So I got to sit in the research and development labs when the Athlon first came to be, and I did a whole lot of testing on the processor, like core validation, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, fun times.
Interesting.
It was like a brand new processor. The Athlon was the first computer. I mean, it was a next generation computer, and it was the first computer that could decode 3 simultaneous instructions. In other words, for every clock cycle, it could clock through 3 instructions.
Right.
So you would have a integer instruction, you would have a floating point instruction, and then you would have an SSE instruction. And if you coded it right, 3 instructions at a time, that was like amazing. And they had to fine tune the microcode to decode the software that was coming in. Like what are they doing? They're accessing floating point, so they had certain taglines they had to put on it, and then it went down through the pipes. I got into the actual step-by-step movement of code through a processor, which again, brain sweat. I mean, it was like it had never been done before. That kind of a processor had never been done before. And the cool thing about it was basically they could run the AMD, the Athlon, at a lower speed and do twice the throughput that an Intel computer could do.
Right.
So yay! Look what we've done.
So how long were you at AMD at that point?
I spent 2 years, maybe 3 years there.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, my job there got to be, there was a product that we developed called Code Analyst. And what it did was people would write code for the Athlon processor, and we could take, without running the code, we could take the code and disassemble it and run it through a pseudo computer, and we could look at it and actually calculate how many machine cycles each instruction was going to take. I mean, we could read the code without actually executing it into code.
Wow.
So, yeah, think about it. Brain sweat. So I was the person that they assigned to break it. It's like I'm a game programmer. So this thing was designed to be sent to all the game houses so that they could optimize their code. It's like, here's our code for this game, and we could run it through the code analyst, and it would spit out a whole list of, this could be faster, this could be faster. You have sort of load forwarding problems here. You had, just down to the machine cycle. I mean, we got it down to a machine cycle. We could tell you how fast your code was going to run. And they would use that to, speed up their code. So the people that were writing it got me to put it through its paces. So I wrote video games here. I had since moved my office to Ohio from Austin. I went in one day and asked my boss if I could work at home because what I did was so specific. And he said, sure. And I said, well, I'm moving my home 1,200 miles away, if that's all right. So they set me up with a VPN here, and I could stay hooked up to the shop in Austin. But what I did was I took the code analyst. I would write code, and I would take the code analyst and actually break it. I could tell it, here is what I want to do. I want to change things from, like I said, I'm going to do a 4x4 matrix multiply. I can multiply 2 4x4 matrices in 50 machine cycles. And the product, the code analyst that we were building, choked on it. It's like, oh my God, you can't do that. And it would crash. So I would get the crash logs and I'd send them back to the group, and they would rewrite the code so that the code analyst could process it. So that's what I did right at the end before I retired to college.
Okay. So okay, that's a great segue right there. So you go from working at AMD to academia, but you had another extension in there with your own business doing video game development too, didn't you?
Yeah, well, like I said, part of part of my testing for AMD was I was working on my own games. I mean, why not? The product was developed to work with game developers. So I just made myself a game developer, and I wrote video games and used Code Analyst to optimize it.
Interesting.
Yeah. So I wound up, I think HyperCat's still alive. I did a Mars simulator because I was deep into Mars. So there's 2 or 3 Mars simulators there. There's a version of Scudbuster that I'd updated. And there's a shooter game that I did. And all of them are pretty much old technology now. But, they were exercises. And I did part of them when I started teaching at college. I did part of the games as a test for the kids, young people, sorry. Hate to offend. So part of their development in what we were doing was to work on these games. Like, what if we did this? What if we did that? What if we, what should the UI look like, and that sort of thing. So I went ahead and coded it and put the games. Some of them are up on Steam. Hyper X Ball was one of my.
That was a fun one. We did play that one a few times.
Yeah, we did play that one a few times, and that one came about from actual ball in my backyard and a shotgun. I was cleaning my shotgun one day, and I was like, okay, I'll go out and fire a couple of rounds just to keep it loosened up. And there was a kid's ball out there, so I shot it, and the thing flew up in the air, and I thought, holy crap, that's a video game. So I came back in the house and wrote a video game. Amazing
where the inspiration comes from.
Yeah. Sometimes it gets kind of weird, but that's how Hyperball started. And as it turns out, really weird, I put it up for sale, and all of my sales, not all of them, but I'd say 90% of my sales were Eastern European.
Interesting.
The Russians, the Ukrainians, that area over there. Oh, they loved it. They put together leagues, and they were having, league wars, and they were sending me emails about, these things. Of course, I couldn't translate it. I had to get a friend to translate. Oh, but yeah, they had like 6 teams in a group versus another 6 teams, and they played against each other like you would, baseball games.
Right. That's crazy.
And, they come up with a champion and everything. Yeah, it's kind of a nuts thing. And of course, I tried to get people, here to play the game with me, and I don't know. Somehow they just didn't understand the fun that it could be playing soccer with shotguns.
And you would think America, with our love affair with guns over here, would have taken off. Would have taken off like crazy over here.
Absolutely, yeah. That would be. Let's do that. That sounds like fun.
Yeah.
But it was Ukraine, Russia, Poland. Those people.
That's great.
Yeah, lasted for quite a while too.
So you moved into academia. You were teaching video game development, video game design. What exactly did you do for the college?
Well, college found out that I was in town because I had moved, back to Ohio. They had found out that I was in town, and colleges back then, universities, colleges, looked at video games like it's a fad, it's a toy, it's not going to go anywhere.
It'll never be a multi-billion-dollar industry, right?
Yeah, I mean, you got to have math and English and science, and you got to be a, I don't know, whatever. So little by little, the colleges and the universities started seeing, well, maybe this stuff isn't going to go away. Maybe we better jump on the bandwagon. What they did was you have an industry, and then you had a bunch of people. So what the university decided was, I know, let's get in the middle and have the people have to go through us in order to get to the industry. So once the colleges and universities figured out that they could do that, well, here we go. Katie bar the door. Let's hire somebody to teach video game design. Well, unfortunately, no colleges or universities offered a degree in video game design. So, all right, here we go. Who are we going to get? Well, they had to hire somebody from the industry. So a lot of the colleges all hired people, programmers from the industry, to set up the video game program for various colleges and universities. And they found out that I was there, and I did EverQuest and, multitude of other things. They said, would you please come down to college and help us set up a program for video games and teach? I said, sure. What you paying? And again, you get a bunch of kids in a room and you're talking video games, and the brain sweats because that was a chore. But it all worked out great. We had, I think at one time, the university was listed number 3 in the nation by Princeton Review. It might have been 5th or 3rd, 5th, something like that. But, it turned out they invested a lot of money. They got a mocap studio, and, they started teaching game programming, and the artists started doing game artwork and, game design. And every year they have a little get together where, they invite people from the industry to come there, and they have this big festival, and all the kids show up, the young people show off their video game designs and what they've done. So it's all worked out great.
Howard, it's okay. I think you've reached that point in your life where anybody who's less than 30 years your age, you can call them kids at this point, and it's not offensive.
Well,
you've earned
get off
it.
my lawn. Yeah.
So how long? How long were you teaching at the university?
9.75 years.
Well, that's awfully precise.
Yes, it is, because my retirement was based on it. They were supposed to give me another quarter year, which I'm still negotiating with.
Good for you.
Yeah.
So were you
about 10 years?
Did the kids like you?
Oh yeah, yeah. I was. They made me favorite teacher once upon a time.
So, okay, just to kind of support that, so you're not boasting yourself, I did go out and do a little bit of research, and there's a website called Rate My Professor. And you had 5 ratings up there, 4 of which gave you 5 stars. And they had very kind things to say about you. One of your students said, knows his stuff, easy to understand, just do your assignments and show up. That's pretty straightforward.
Pretty straightforward, yep.
Somebody else said, one of the best Shawnee State, experienced, funny, motivational, and dangerously knowledgeable about the gaming field. I think that sums it up. But the last one is the one that I think is my most favorite, because I think this was kind of the same experience that I think I had with you. You might dislike him at first, but you'll learn to love him. And that's exactly the experience you and I think had. They go on to say he can be a little much sometimes, which you can, but he's a cool guy, keeps you busy with work that feels helpful, as well as being fun. Definitely an enjoyable class that has a lot to offer and produces a ton of laughs and good times. So you obviously left a very good impression with your students, which I think is a testament to your personality.
Yeah, they still contact me. I mean, they try to friend me on Discord and, Facebook and all that. So I stay in touch with them. how you doing, what you doing.
That's
A
awesome.
couple of them actually made it into the industry, which I'm happy to say. So,
Nice.
yeah, it was great. When you spend all that time with them, and some of them are there just to clock the 4 years, right? And then some of them are there hungry. I want to do this. I have to do this. It's in my blood. I have to do this. You have to show me how to do this. They kept me busy.
Yeah.
They made me work. And those are the ones that went out, and first thing they did is, I'm going to go find a job.
Mm-hmm.
And they went out and got a job in the industry.
That's awesome.
Okay, cool beans. Yeah.
All right. That is it for this week here. We'll continue next week with more technology news. Before we do go, I want to once again invite my listening and viewing audience. If you don't already do so, please subscribe to the podcast. You can find us listed as Insights into Things. We are available on Apple, Spotify, Google, anywhere you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite you to give us your feedback. You can give us a call at 856-403-8788. Leave us a voicemail. Tell us what you want to talk about. If you'd like to get on one of our shows, let us know what show you'd like to appear on. We are a family-friendly network here, so I would ask you to keep that in mind with your message. We may edit your message for time and clarity purposes, just so you're aware. But yes, please give us a call. You can, again, reach us at 856-403-8788. That's 856-403-8788. You can also email us at comments@insightsintothings.com, or find links to all that and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the books.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Technology, a podcast exploring the latest in computers, networking, home automation, mobile computing, and all things technology related. Our hosts will take a deeper dive into the latest and greatest in tech trends and give you the information you need to enable your tech-centric world.
This is Insights into Technology, Episode 4, Secure Phones and Insecure Robots. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and this is the tech news this week. Coders seek easy, secure languages. Tech Republic tells us that in the latest TIOBE Programming Index update for October 2024, the programming landscape is seeing some significant developments. Python remains the dominant language, increasing its popularity from 20.17% in September to 21.9% in October. C++ and Java continue to hold strong in second and third place, respectively, showing modest growth. However, the real attention is on emerging languages, like Rust and Mojo, each showing promising trajectories. Rust, celebrated for its security and memory safety features, rose to the 13th spot on the index, signaling its growing adoption in response to the demand for languages that are secure, fast, and easy to learn. Meanwhile, Mojo, a new language combining aspects of Python and Swift, entered the top 50 in just 1 year. Its performance-focused design, particularly suited for AI hardware programming, makes it a language to watch for future growth. The programming community is keeping a close eye on alternatives to Python as the search for the do-it-all language intensifies. This signals notable shifts in the enterprise and commercial computing. Even at my place of business, I have my developers tasked to actually take a look at these new languages here for security reasons. The main concern right now is memory leaks and memory management. And if you take a look at the flurry of patches and fixes that we're getting from Microsoft each Patch Tuesday of the month, you're finding a majority of these are use after and memory overflows and memory related issues that, an operating system that's as old as Windows at this point in time, you would think would be mature enough to have those types of problems resolved by now. But a lot of applications are now running into issues with memory management. And I think it's more a development style than anything else that leads to it. If you're not diligent in going in there and overwriting your registers and clearing them out and clearing out sensitive information, you're first of all, you're bleeding data that you shouldn't be bleeding to other applications and other vectors. But you're also opening up the window for exploits to come in to take advantage of these memory holes that you might have. Rust Ascent reflects an increased focus on security and memory safety, which are two critical areas for enterprises seeking to safeguard systems from vulnerabilities while maintaining performance. Mojo's rapid rise carries a significant implications for industries leveraging AI and hardware optimization. We talk a lot about AI on the show here. Mojo blends the simplicity of Python with the speed of Swift, and it positions itself as a potential game changer for enterprises focused on AI, which is another initiative that we have in our wheelhouse right now that we're looking into. So anything that gives you that performance edge on computationally heavy things like artificial intelligence is going to give you a leg up. So we'll keep an eye on these moving forward and see where we wind up, and we'll see who wins the race in this case here. Next up, we have an article from Bleeping Computer. They tell us that Microsoft has deprecated PPTP and L2TP VPN protocols in Windows Server. Microsoft has announced the deprecation of the two long-standing VPN protocols in future versions of Windows Server, recommending a shift towards more secure protocols like Secure Socket Tunneling or Internet Key Exchange version 2. These legacy protocols, meaning PPTP and L2TP, have been used for over 20 years and are now considered vulnerable to modern cybersecurity threats, with PPTP being susceptible to brute force attacks and L2TP lacking encryption unless combined with another protocol like IPsec. SSTP and IKEv2 are highlighted as stronger, more secure protocols, offering advantages such as robust encryption, better performance, and improved reliability. SSTP is praised for its ease of use and ability to bypass firewalls, while IKEv2 is ideal for mobile users and delivers faster, more secure VPN connections. Microsoft has provided guidance for admins to transition smoothly, emphasizing that while these older protocols are deprecated, they will remain functional for a period to allow for gradual migration. Now, Microsoft's decision to deprecate these legacy VPN protocols has really significant implications for enterprises and commercial computing, obviously in terms of security and performance, but these are VPN protocols that are widely deployed across the enterprise space right now. 20 years they've been in practice, and I remember 20 years ago was right around the time that people started taking IPv6 seriously, and the promise that IPv6 was going to have encryption built into it. You wouldn't need VPNs anymore. Well, that obviously hasn't come to pass in the last 20 years. So there's a lot of reliance, my company and every company that I've worked for the last 30 years has been reliant on VPN protocols to some extent, and PPTP and L2TP being the two primary ones. So this is going to be a significant shift. It's going to be an uplift. You're going to have to redeploy clients. You're going to have provisions to modify your firewalls. Couple of selling points on these new protocols. SSTP's ability to navigate firewalls easily. That's one plus. IKEV2 has mobile-friendly features that provide stable connections during network changes, make them attractive choices for businesses. So it's not just a matter of modernizing for the sake of modernizing or just to get better security. These are definitely benefits, but there's performance issues that modern enterprise and commercial users will definitely benefit from. I know one of the biggest complaints that I've had over the history of using VPNs is the stability. It used to be an overhead concern. You used to have high computation on your encryption. Processing strength has kind of ruled that out. But you've got a lot of activity that people use now for ERP systems or CRM systems or even just remote desktop, where there's very little tolerance for network disruption, high latency, packet loss. And you're looking at protocols now that are more robust and capable of dealing with network rerouting and delays as a result of disruptions in the network. So there's huge benefits to moving to these newer protocols in addition to the security benefits. So it's definitely something to keep an eye on. I always criticize Microsoft for not being particularly security focused, and additionally, they're not. I mean, you look at your major security breaches out there, and Microsoft seems to be at the forefront of it on a regular basis. But at least they're taking a leading role now in trying to move forward with these newer VPN protocols, and that's a good thing. We'll all benefit from that. Our next story up keeps us in our political arena here, since it's election season. And this one comes to us from the Register. The Trump campaign secures what they call unhackable phones. And I think that's about as dangerous as calling a ship unsinkable as the Titanic was. That's an interesting challenge to throw down for people. With the U.S. presidential election just weeks away, the Trump campaign has armed itself with what it claims are unhackable phones and computers provided by military kit supplier Green Hills Software. The move comes after pro-Iranian hackers previously infiltrated the campaign, stealing emails and sensitive data. Green Hills has equipped the team with devices running its ultra-secure Integrity 178B operating system. Boy, that rolls right off the tongue, doesn't it? Which is used in critical military assets like the F-22 and F-35 fighter jets. These systems, certified to the highest security assurance level, are said to be resistant to even sophisticated hacking attempts by those of the NSO Group's Pegasus spyware. CEO Dan O'Dowd boasts that the OS is highly secure with just 10,000 lines of meticulously reviewed code aiming at minimizing vulnerabilities. Although some cybersecurity experts remain skeptical, Green Hills asserts that its technology is crucial not only for campaigns but for securing election systems, highlighting the need for high-level security and safeguarding democratic processes. As the election draws closer, all eyes are on whether these claims of unbreakable security hold true. Now, this obviously highlights the increase in need for security and more robust cybersecurity solutions for both home and commercial spaces. But ultimately, the problem comes down to the user. Cybersecurity, no matter how much technology you throw at cybersecurity or software, hardware, whatever you want to do, the weakest link in the chain is still the end user. And if your end users are not practicing proper cybersecurity hygiene, it doesn't matter what you're going to throw at them. They tell us that as cyber attacks become more sophisticated, particularly in politically sensitive environments, the demand for secure systems grows. It seems like every other week we have some kind of breach, cybersecurity breach from a campaign or national convention or whatever. The fact that military-grade technology originally developed for fighter jets and bombers is being employed for election security reflects a heightened awareness of vulnerabilities in political campaigns and critical infrastructure. Now, the fact that this is being employed by the challenger and not the incumbent goes back to the complaints that I've had in the past, in which the federal government just is not taking this stuff particularly seriously. They seem to be very set in their ways. They're very slow to respond. They lack the flexibility and the agility to move quickly and handle cybersecurity threats at the pace at which the attackers are coming at them. The fact that this is being done essentially by a private citizen in Trump suggests that, they're obviously a little bit more on top of things here than the federal government is. They say no system is truly unhackable, and claims of invulnerability can serve as a challenge to skilled hackers. And I think you're going to find a lot of people accept this challenge. Commercial entities using this kind of technology, which they aren't, by the way, the software that Green Hills produces is not commercially available. But the technology must remain vigilant. Users must remain vigilant with it. And even the most secure systems require constant updates and monitoring. I'm not familiar with Green Hills myself. I don't deal with them on a professional or a personal basis. So I can't really vouch for what their significant capabilities are. However, if they're making software for stealth fighters for the military, I have to assume that they know what they're doing. So hopefully people will see this type of news and they'll take a little bit more seriously. And eventually, as with most things in the government sector, this type of technology will eventually trickle down to end users. Because really, there's no reason why everyone shouldn't be more concerned with cybersecurity when it comes to their developments. So we'll keep an eye on that story and see where it goes. I'm going to take a little break here, but before we do that, I want to take a moment to thank our users, our viewers, and our listeners. If you don't already do so, please subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio and video versions of all of our podcasts listed as Insights into Things. We are available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast. We would also invite you to contact us, give us your thoughts, give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can also call in, leave a message on our voicemail, and if you'd like, we can get you up on one of our shows here. The phone number to call into is 856-403-8788. That's 856-403-8788. Call, give us your feedback, your message. If you want to be on the show, let us know what show you want to be on. And obviously, we're family friendly here. Please keep that in mind. Once again, that number is 856-403-8788. You can also get links to all this and much more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. And we'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Technology. We are talking tech news today. Next up is a article we have from The Record. National Public Data files for bankruptcy, citing fallout from cyber attack. In a significant development, National Public Data, a major background check company, has filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy following the fallout from a massive cyber attack. The breach, which occurred in late December of 2023, exposed millions of Social Security numbers and other personal data, leading to several state-level investigations, class action lawsuits, and federal scrutiny. The stolen information was sold on the dark web, intensifying the legal and financial challenges for the company. National Public Data, which serves sectors like healthcare, admitted that the breach severely impacted its reputation and revenue, driving away customers. With claims from nearly all U.S. states and territories, the company stated that it cannot generate enough revenue to address liabilities or defend against lawsuits. The incident underscores the growing risks companies face from cyber attacks and the potential for catastrophic fallout, especially in data-heavy industries like background checks. Now, the issue that I really take with this one is these companies have been around for quite some time now. They're used for credit checks. They're used for background checks. They are a clearinghouse for information, and it's our information. They collect it from multiple sources. They compile it into a database, and then they sell access to it to various sources. And the problem is that it's been known for an exceedingly long time how sensitive this data is, how dangerous this data can be in the wrong hands. And the protections surrounding this have had almost no regulation whatsoever. Now, yeah, I'm the guy who complains about unfunded government mandates and excessive regulation and all that stuff. And that's all true. But in this case here, this is almost like a private company holding the nuclear launch codes and not having any security around it. It's monumental irresponsible how they handle this, how they protected all of that data. Just the fact that these data brokers exist, I think, is almost criminal in what they do. But the fact that they have no security protocols in place to protect this data, this is like having all of your gold in Fort Knox and leaving the front door open. Somebody's bound to walk in and steal it. And this is exactly what happened here. It was such a ripe target. It's amazing that they haven't been hit prior to this. And the breach was so huge and so complete that it defines definition. I mean, they're talking 2 billion people they're estimating that their information has been released. Now, granted, a good chunk of those people are probably deceased at this point in time, but it pretty much is every person in the country, at least, and probably many other countries as well. And they're going to file for bankruptcy for this. So they grossly mishandle this information. They've made, Lord knows how much, millions, probably billions of dollars over the years off of our data. Then it gets released. So they're going to file for bankruptcy. And what happens to the users? So the user's information is out there. You don't even get the ubiquitous personal information protection, your credit monitoring. That's usually what happens when a breach like this occurs. You get a breach like this, they'll give you a year's worth of credit monitoring, and then that's it. They're not held accountable for anything. And that's what the most disturbing thing is here. They're not the only, they're the largest, or we're the largest data broker out there, but they're not the only one. And other companies are still collecting this kind of information and very likely doing so in an equally insecure manner. And now this company is going to face no consequences whatsoever to releasing this information, in which you've got people's lives that are being ruined by this. Their credit's being ruined. People are taking out loans. They're buying cars. They're stealing their identity. And the inconvenience and stress and difficulty, the financial difficulty of trying to bounce back from that is astronomical. And yet this company is going to be let off scot-free, file for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. This division of this, multinational conglomeration is probably going to go away and be an inconvenience. And then they're going to spring up another one that's not liable anymore. And they're going to start doing it all over again. I think we need, as a rule of thumb, we need to have much more control over our personal data. The compensation and companies, you look at Europe. Europe seems to be taking a much more hardline stance on privacy, and they have extremely heavy financial penalties. But those financial penalties don't go back to the people. That goes to the government. I think what happens when you have something like this, you're going to wind up in a class action lawsuit. They'll settle that lawsuit for a couple of $1 million. The lawyers get 90% of the money, and they're going to trickle out a $4 check to you at some point in time in the next 6 years. And that's ridiculous. That's just not fair the way that works out. So I think this is one area where we need to have more government regulation. These types of things should fall under banking regulations and banking security, because that's exactly what this is for. And that's the direct impact on this is people's financials. So we need to do better when it comes to this type of thing. Next up, we have kind of a head scratcher one here. This one comes to us from The Verge. Robot vacuum cleaners have gone rogue, apparently. Hackers recently exploited a vulnerability in Ecovacs D-Bot X2 Omni robotic vacuums across several U.S. cities, commandeering the devices to harass homeowners and pets. According to an ABC News report, hackers gained control of these smart vacuums using their speakers to shout slurs and frighten animals. The incidents, which occurred in May, prompted the company to identify the attack as, quote, credential stuffing event, where attackers likely used stolen login credentials. Ecovacs assured customers that no personal data had been compromised and blocked the attacker's IP address, while also committing to further security updates. This case highlights ongoing concerns about the security of smart home devices, which often require persistent internet connections. Researchers have previously flagged vulnerabilities in the D-Bot X2, emphasizing the need for stronger protections in smart device ecosystems to prevent such abuses. Now, I kind of giggle at this, and I probably shouldn't. It is a serious issue. We have a robot vacuum here, and I can only imagine it driving around my family room, chasing my cats, yelling obscenities at it, and I just can't help but laugh at that. But this is a serious threat. This highlights another issue that we have where, as a society, we have embraced these Internet of Things devices. What am I talking about with Internet of Things? So, light bulbs and smart outlets and smart TVs and washing machines and cameras and smart lights and smart power strips. We've become so dependent on these interconnected devices without really understanding the implications of them. You just set up a camera outside, an IP-based camera outside to monitor your driveway to see if someone's messing with your car, and that sits on your network, and that device becomes a point of vulnerability for you. You see nowadays with computers and with your phones, you're getting regular updates, security updates, constantly trickling out to all of your devices. Well, the problem with Internet of Things devices is you've got devices that don't get updates. There aren't any requirements right now legally to force updates to these. And you essentially have devices that are sitting on your network that have holes in them already security-wise. And people are finding these security holes. They're exploiting them. They're getting into your network. They're taking over stuff. You've got privacy concerns when it comes to cameras and so forth. But what you have are massive botnets that are being taken over by usurping these Internet of Things devices that are then used to create massive botnets to go out and exploit more vulnerabilities. And a lot of people don't realize your smart home device, your smart speakers are vulnerable. They are listening to you. They have cameras on them in some cases. These are all things that expose your network to the outside world. It's no different than if you took an Ethernet and you plugged it into your network and just rolled it out and put it on the front lawn and let anybody and their brother come through and plug into it. As soon as they connect in and they compromise one of these devices, you're vulnerable. They're on your network. They're attacking your network. They're leaking data from your network, and they're taking over other devices, and they're embedding themselves in your network. So people need to, I'm a big advocate of Internet of Things devices. My entire house has them. So I'm certainly not going to tell people not to use the technology. But all of my Internet of Things devices operate on an isolated network with a secondary internet connection that never even touches my network. It goes straight out. That's where my guest Wi-Fi network is as well. So I have complete network isolation from my IoT network between that and my internal home network. So even if they compromise one of those devices, they can't get to my network. I just have to take that device offline. But you have to keep an eye on these things, and you have to keep them updated. Most of these devices do have update functions to them. They just don't do them automatically. But this might be the start of Skynet and the rise of the machines here, with angry vacuum cleaner bots screaming obscenities at cats. It's just an odd story that I thought was an interesting one to talk about. And the last story we have today for this week is kind of one that touched home for me. I am an old school BBS person myself. I used to run one. I used to live off of BBSs before the internet came around. And this one is about BBS inventor and architect of our online age dying at 78. This comes from Ars Technica. Ward Christensen, the co-inventor of the Computer Bulletin Board System, or BBS, and a pivotal figure in early digital culture, has passed away at age 78. Alongside Randy Suess, Christensen launched the first BBS in 1978, sparking a revolution in online community building that paved the way for the internet as we know it today. This system allowed computer users to dial into a machine, exchange messages, share files, and basically laid the foundation for multiplayer online gaming and the rise of shareware gaming in the 1980s and 90s. Despite his monumental contributions to the digital age, Christensen remained humble throughout his life, content with a long career at IBM and never seeking the spotlight. His work with Suess included the development of the X-Modem file transfer protocol, inspired countless others to build their own BBS platforms, creating a vibrant pre-internet online ecosystem. As we look back on his life, Christensen's legacy of openness, innovation, and humility remains a cornerstone of the digital world he helped create. Sad to say it, but I guess a lot of the early pioneers are getting to this point now where we're going to start losing them. As I said, I was a BBSer myself. I started out, I had a friend of mine get me into it. I worked at Radio Shack, actually, in my local town for a while. We ran a BBS out of there, and we used it to kind of promote sales and pricing and specials and stuff like that. And I then went from there to host one myself, and have fond memories of some of the friends that I made from that community back in the days of computer shows, and we'd go to the Garden State Racetrack down here in South Jersey for these huge computer shows and meet other BBS people here. So that was a very fun period of my life. We're going to take our last break here, and then we're going to have a discussion with a dear friend of mine who is a tech luminary. We'll be right back.
Are you tired of your favorite gaming podcast finishing with a play?
Oh no!
Well, check out No Credits Rolled, where we play the games but rarely finish them. How's it going, folks? I'm Sam Whalen, your friendly host at No Credits Rolled, the ultimate gaming podcast, where we dish out the latest scoops and reviews on all your beloved video games.
Hey, listen.
Not only that, but we spice things up with some guest interviews and even give you, yes, you, a chance to have your say. Tune in every other week for a fresh dose of No Credits Rolled, available on all major podcast platforms, and hit us up on social media at No Credits Rolled. So why wait? Let's dive into the gaming world together, where finishing games is optional, but the fun is guaranteed.
As often happens with the podcast, we did encounter some technical difficulties in the early portion of our interview with Howard Dortch, and I lost about the first 10 minutes. So I apologize for that. I did have a very touching and very appropriate intro that I had for him that I thought I had recorded, and apparently did not. So I'd like to introduce to you a good friend of mine. I've known him for about 10 years now. We actually met in a gaming forum. He was part of a guild that I ran in Star Wars The Old Republic MMO. Howard is presently retired. He is a former developer for Sony Online Entertainment. Was involved with EverQuest. Then he worked for AMD on the Athlon processor. He was a member of the design team for that. He's done a lot of different things. He's worked with lasers for the military that eventually became the Miles training gear that they use. He's run his own development company, Hypercat Games, and he's been a educator at a university for video game development. He is a well-rounded Renaissance-style man. He is a font of knowledge, and every discussion that I have with Howard is a educational and entertaining experience, and I wanted to take an opportunity to share some of that vast knowledge of his with our audience. So with no further ado, I would like to introduce to you Howard Dortch.
I flew to Ohio, told the wife we're selling the house. I'm moving to San Diego, and if you want to come, pack up the cats and let's go. So they put me up in the Marriott, and I stayed there and optimized game code for them.
That's incredible.
Yeah, go.
So I just want to take a step back real quick and talk about the laser work that you did. So the work that you had done for the military, that eventually basically becomes the commercial version of laser tag.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
And yeah, just to see that transformation. Have you had that experience with anything else that you worked on where you worked on it in one environment for one purpose and then it turned into something completely different in the commercial realm?
I'd have to think about that. Nothing really comes to mind. I mean, like everything you do, just seems to wind up somehow in a commercial environment. I once upon a time I took I'm trying to remember the code base now, but it was the one for the game console. What was the Atari?
The 2600?
Yeah, I think it was the Atari. That was something that, they had like EEPROMs in them, and people could pop the EEPROMs out and reprogram or program different ones and put them back in. So basically what I did was I took that particular code and I put it inside of a video game as a task. It was a multitask. So basically I could drive whatever that console could do. I could drive it from within a video game. So anything that you wanted, to have happen, I had an overriding video code that was doing it. So, like I could put a game within a game, kind of a thing.
That's cool.
I don't know if that ever went anywhere.
Well, didn't you did something for Mars exploration? Yeah.
Talk
about that.
Yeah, a friend of mine, Dennis Beller's his name. He did the interferometer work for the Mars exploration mission, and so basically, this satellite would fly around Mars and fire a laser down at the surface, and the reflection from the surface, they could get an elevation. In other words, they could get a 3D map of the surface, and
what we call LiDAR today.
Yeah, it's LiDAR today. Yeah, exactly. And so the guys that did like Spirit and Opportunity, that kind of a rover system, the code base for that, it was done on I believe it was a RAD 6000 processor. And so what we could do is we could take the Mars elevation data and create a landscape. And here's a rover that, if you wanted to program the rover from the Earth, you would send it a command, turn your front wheels 10 degrees left or 10 degrees right or whatever, roll forward 3 revolutions, that kind of a thing. So what I did was I put that code inside of a video game. They built a rover, a 3D model of a rover, and they could drive it around in Mars using the code that they would actually use, would have to send to Mars for the actual rover. Of course, the round trip time for that was like 20 minutes or so. They'd issue a command, then 20 minutes later, the rover would do something. And then their camera, they get a 20-minute signal back so they could see if the rover actually made the move and which direction it was facing. Is there a rock or that kind of thing? So, the programmers, the people that were actually driving the rover, could pre-program it in a computer game. So, here's a computer game with the real landscape data from Mars, and they could drive the rover around. Let's see if it goes forward. Let's see, take it to the edge of a crater, or there's a rock there. Let's see how we can get around the rock, or that kind of a thing. And from that knowledge, then they could go and send the actual commands to rovers on Mars.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't realize it was that involved in the actual day-to-day operation of the rover itself. That's pretty crazy.
You got $1 billion worth of equipment sitting 200,000 miles away, and you don't want to let Howard Wolowitz drive it around and
run it off a cliff,
ditch, right? Yeah. So they were very meticulous on, how much, how far. When they could see that they had 10 feet to go, or 20 feet, or 100 feet, they could go ahead and drive it that far. But, like some of the things that happened to it was it got out in the middle of a sand trap that they couldn't see. It's just a flat piece of land to them, but it went out 10 or 20 feet and got bogged down in a sand trap. So they wanted to move it a little bit, check its status, move it a little bit more and check its status. And if you look at the path of Spirit and Opportunity, I mean, there's a wonderful video about that from Discovery, I think, Discovery Channel, about Spirit and Opportunity and its lifetime and how they had to park it on a hill to have its solar panels facing towards the sun during the winter months, that kind of thing. I mean, if you are interested at all in that kind of a thing, watch those shows. Those are fantastic.
Interesting.
But yeah, that's and so by saying that, now what have we developed from that? We've got robotic systems now that a doctor on the Earth, right, can perform a surgery on a space station.
Right.
That's the end result. It's how do you remote control something in as virtual real time as you can. Mars is a 20-minute trip, but to the space station is almost instantaneous.
Right. And that's the thing that technology itself amazes me, how it can evolve from these things. But looking at the things that you've done in your career and seeing how the things that you did in the early part of your career and where they've come now, I find that just fascinating at the level of contributions that you've provided over the span of your career and where things are now. So you started developing for video games in Sony. Where did that go? What course did that wind up taking for you?
Well, after I started working at Sony, of course, we did a game called EverQuest, and EverQuest that was a technology nightmare at that point in time when EverQuest was being developed. You had a software rendering engine, so you start off with a software rendering engine. And then Microsoft, in their infinite wisdom, comes out with a thing called DirectX 3. I think it was 3 when it started. So now all of a sudden they have hardware transformation and lighting. And then a company, I can't remember who did the Voodoo cards. Do you remember?
Oh, no, actually I don't. But it's funny. I had a note in here to talk about something else with that, but I don't want to go. Well, I don't want to take you off topic.
So here comes the Voodoo card. All of a sudden now we have video cards. It was the game industry had actually driven technology where we need more horsepower. We need better graphics. We need more colors, more depth of field, more, right? So the video card companies, NVIDIA and ATI, went to town, and they were working 24/7 trying to develop the next video card that everybody in the world was going to buy. When the first Voodoo card came out, everybody had to have one. You just had to have a Voodoo card because all these games now were being written for the Voodoo card. Well, the problem for me, Codebase, is I've got a software rendering engine, and now I've got DirectX, which means I have to create another code path for DirectX 3 to do hardware transformation and lighting. And then the Voodoo cards had a different language altogether that it used. So you had to check to see if there was a Voodoo card installed. If there was a Voodoo card there, then you had to use, I think it was, the language is called Glide. And so you had to go down the Glide path. If you had a video card in there that understood hardware transformation and lighting, you had to code it down that path. And if you didn't have either one, you had to switch over to the software renderer. So, I mean, picture the code mess that was trying to figure out what you had, where you were going, what you were doing. And then, we started off the world with 300 baud modems.
Yep.
And then it went to 1,200 baud modems. And oh my God, you had to have which was the next one? 56K, I think.
24.
So,
you went from 12 to 24 to then 56.
Yeah. So, now we're fighting the transport across the internet. So I've got 3 different code paths to look at. The optimization of transporting a world of data across the internet, from client to server back to other clients. And, so what kind of modem do you have? What kind of video card do you have? And here comes AMD with a K6 processor.
Oh, I love the K6s.
The K6 processor now had its own special language that it could speak. So, all right, another thing in the pile of wonderment. So, trying to code, take advantage of the K6 special code base and all these other things that were happening. The magic was a DirectX 3 card that had hardware transformation and lighting and a K6 processor. If you had that, I could get your frame rate way up.
Right.
Because
and you were also dealing with variables like compression over the modem, bit loss over the modem. I mean, nobody ever got 24K out of a 24K modem unless you were on like ISDN lines. They were, you just got dirty noise across the line. So you had to deal with packet loss and everything else with all of your networking protocols. So it had to have added additional levels of complexity for you.
Well, it wasn't so much. I agree, the complexity, but picture in your mind, you had to outthink the hardware. You had to actually outthink the hardware and the software. Most of the world sees a circle as 360 degrees, right?
The world, yes, I agree.
Yeah, everybody's 360 degrees. So you've got a character standing in a 3D world, and the character is aimed at some angle within that 360 degrees. Well, if you look at binary or hexadecimal code, 360 winds up, you have to use 16 bits of data. So now I'm having to transport 16 bits of data across the internet to tell the server what direction my character is facing. So let's rethink that a little bit. Let's say that we divided a circle up into 0 to 255. That's a byte. That's 8 bits. It doesn't really matter in a video game if I'm looking at 349.3 degrees or 350, right? I mean, it just doesn't really matter because everybody else in the world that sees your character in this virtual world is going to see you looking some direction and then turn 10 or so degrees off in another direction. It's not going to really affect the game. It's not really going to matter. But the thing it did for us was instead of sending 16 bits across the network, now I'm sending 8. I just doubled the throughput.
Yeah.
Just doubled it right off the bat.
Right.
So we had to look at tricks like that. Random number generators. It takes quite a bit to do to calculate a random number. So rather than do that, we pre-calculated a whole bunch of random numbers, pre-calculated, and put them in an array, a giant array.
Mm-hmm.
And then we had a counter. So when I needed a random event, like in the game, I just say, well, my index is 34. I just indexed into that array, the 34th, and I pulled out a random number. Now, there were some arrays that I needed a random number from 0 to 100. Some of them I needed a 0 to 1,000. So I just created an array of random numbers when the game fired up, mostly like on the servers. When the servers needed a bunch of random numbers to be generated, during a boss fight or whatever, they would pre-calculate all those. And then every 10 or 15 minutes, there would be another set of arrays being calculated. And then the first set would just be dropped and we'd go to the second set. So it was almost a perfect random number generator that didn't cost any processor time.
Right.
It was just a simple lookup table.
Right.
So, like I said, we had to get real inventive when it came to that. And you look at the transcendental math libraries, sines, cosines, tangents, that kind of thing. When Kernighan and Ritchie, the C libraries, when they put all that together, they did it the hardest possible way they could do it, And so if you go back in and figure out how to calculate a sine or a cosine, or vector math, matrix multiply. Wait a second. You get a matrix multiply where you have to do a 4 by 4 times a 4 by 4. So we had to go optimize all those kinds of things and make the game work. In other words, we kind of went outside of the box, if you will. This is what the code says you're supposed to do, but we see a better way to do it. And that was the optimization part.
Interesting.
Yeah. Fun. Yeah. Have you ever had your brain sweat? Yeah. Brain sweat is what I call it. Sweat equity.
So other than the actual software evolved with video games and stuff like that, you've done hardware, computational hardware work too. You worked on some processors, didn't you?
Well, when the Sony was going to release EverQuest, it was, bound and determined to have that one out there on the market. The company AMD found out that I was the person that was optimizing the game for the K6 processor. And so what happened was one of the guys from AMD contacted me directly at Sony and said, if you're looking for a job, we have a home for you here in Austin, Texas. So, Sony was going to launch EverQuest. And so all of the people that they had to hire in order to make this thing work, it was about to be released. So they were looking at laying people off. So it looked like, okay, I was probably not needed anymore because the game engine was running. And so I told them that I'd come for an interview, and I flew to Austin, Texas on their dime and interviewed for AMD. And at that particular time, they were closing out the K6, and it was the beginning of the Athlon.
That's all we had for this week, folks. Before we do go, I want to take a chance once again to invite those of you who don't already subscribe to the podcast to do so. You can find us listed as Insights into Things. You can find both audio and video versions of our podcast online at that. And you can find them on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, anywhere you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite you to reach out to us. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. Let us know how we're doing. Give us your show suggestions. If you'd like to appear on the show, feel free to give us a call, leave a message. You can reach us at 856-403-8788. That's 856-403-8788. If you'd like to have your comments on the show, just let us know which show you'd like to be on. And Keep it family friendly for us and preferably topic relevant. Again, that number is 856-403-8788. You can also find high-res versions of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insights into things. You can find audio versions. You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insights into things podcast. We are on Instagram at instagram.com/insights into things. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insights into things. If you're an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free monthly Twitch Prime subscription. If you threw that our way, we'd appreciate it. You can also find all this and more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. And that's it. Another one in the books.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Technology, a podcast exploring the latest in computers, networking, home automation, mobile computing, and all things technology related. Our hosts will take a deeper dive into the latest and greatest in tech trends and give you the information you need to enable your tech-centric world.
This is Insights into Technology, Episode 3. It's all about the services. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and this is this week's tech news. This first article comes to us from TechCrunch. Salt Typhoon and the dangers of backdoors. Recent reports reveal that China-backed hackers, identified as Salt Typhoon Group, have compromised wiretap systems of major U.S. telecom and internet service providers, including AT&T, Lumen, and Verizon. These wiretap systems, mandated by the 1994 Communications Assistance for Law Enforcement Act, CALEA, grant access to sensitive customer data, including internet traffic and browsing histories. The breach is believed to enable large-scale data collection with potential national security implications. Though the full extent of the hackers' goals remains unclear, experts have long warned that backdoors meant for law enforcement access by governments could be exploited by malicious actors. This event underscores the inherent risks in such systems, emphasizing the difficulty of securing backdoors that cannot be abused. Encryption advocates warn that these breaches expose the vulnerabilities in current surveillance laws, advocating for stronger encryption to protect data from both malicious hackers and government overreach. So this incident itself actually highlights the significant concerns for a number of commercial and enterprise security groups, particularly in sectors that handle sensitive data, such as telecoms, internet providers, and other industries subject to regulatory compliance. The government has long been advocating having backdoors, and most of these pushes for backdoors through encryption, because we've reached a point now where encryption standards are so high, it's almost impossible to break current encryption standards. And politicians have been trying to enable law enforcement by advocating for these backdoors to be put in place. And most security experts have universally agreed that by inherently breaking encryption, by putting in these backdoors, you're simply inviting malicious actors to come in and exploit these backdoors for their own nefarious intent. Such backdoors are susceptible to exploitation, and enterprises. The event underscores the critical need to reevaluate security frameworks that rely on government-mandated backdoors or similar access points. The breach points to broader challenges of balancing legal compliance with the need for robust security measures that prevent unauthorized access. And this is the old adage of, do you want to protect the bad guys at the same time you're protecting your average citizens? And there comes a point where there has to be some level of compromise with your security in order to allow law enforcement to do their job. Conversely, your cybersecurity experts tell you that you can still do your police work without having access to encryption. And we've seen this come up numerous times, most recently with Mayor Adams of New York, where FBI is trying to get access to his phone, his iPhone. And Apple has long said they don't hold the key, so they can't get you access. But there are well-known third parties. There's an Israeli company that has worked with the federal government on numerous occasions to provide basically backdoors and exploits, chain exploits that allow you to get past these, which by their very definition are questionable from a legal standpoint. But this is a classic example of these backdoors were put in place. They haven't been exploited in decades, and now they're being exploited, and they're a major security risk. And I think you're going to see this type of thing happen more frequently than we've seen it in the past, certainly because your threat vectors have increased significantly. Our next story comes to us from Bleeping Computer. They tell us cyber attacks hit major U.S. water utility. American Water in my backyard here, based in Camden, New Jersey, the largest U.S. water and wastewater utility experienced a cyber attack that forced the company to shut down some of its systems, including its customer portal and billing services. In response, the company has engaged third-party cybersecurity experts and reported the breach to law enforcement, with whom they're conducting a joint investigation. Despite the attack, American Water has assured customers that there will be no late charges during the service outage and that its water and wastewater facilities remain unaffected. This incident is part of a broader trend of cyber attacks targeting the water sector, following similar incidents at water facilities in Arkansas and Pennsylvania. It also coincides with warnings from the Water Information Sharing and Analysis Center regarding Russian-linked cyber attacks on the water sector. Additionally, the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency has recently issued guidance to help water utilities strengthen their cybersecurity measures. Now, this incident demonstrates the vulnerability of key business systems such as customer portals and billing services to cyber threats, underscoring the importance of having robust incident response plans, including engaging external cybersecurity experts and law enforcement. For enterprises, the attack serves as a reminder of the rising threats posed by nation-state actors targeting critical infrastructure, as indicated by similar attacks in the water sector. It also reinforces the need for proactive cybersecurity measures, as recommended by the U.S. Environmental Protection and industry bodies, to mitigate risks and reduce exposure to future threats. Enterprises must prioritize securing both operational and customer-facing systems to maintain service continuity and safeguard sensitive data. Now, the interesting thing here is in the military side of things, or in the procurement side of things, the federal government has been very diligent in imposing cybersecurity standards on prime contractors and subcontractors. But for some reason, they don't seem to put the same emphasis on infrastructure systems like water and sewage and power and so forth. This is a disturbing trend